There's people too like that kind of get lost in it too, depending on how deep they go. They forget that they are this
like
person.
Brian Spillner. Really Fast and Furious. Come on.
Donnie, I was gonna say. Before I lose it, so Julie Andrews, David Draymond of Disturbed, Chino Moreno, three people that I know for a fact.
That's the lead singer of Disturbed, right?
Yes,
dude, that guy's fucking badass.
He
dude.
is, and
oh my God.
and he's
simian screams.
He's my foray into the concept of rasp tone, which I'll get into. But so what it is basically, it's and Freddie Mercury, I believe, had them as well. Julie Andrews and all three of those singers, I believe, had to have them surgically removed. And what it is basically, and I've had them, but I didn't have to have them removed because I was.
You're talking the nodes,
vocal nodes, yes.
Yeah.
So your vocal folds. Think of a vagina.
Okay.
Think of a vagina.
All right. I'll think of it right now.
The folds
I have to go use the bathroom.
And so your folds are like this, right? And as you sing or in this case scream or whatever it is.
Now, is that the inner lip or the outer lip? Which one are we going for?
Where
the fuck is the clit located?
More of a representation.
Never get this shit right.
More of a representation of the outer lip. But as you sing, or in this case you scream on your false chords, your voice vibrates, right?
Okay.
And what happens is if you do things improperly, put on proper stress, you have the outside that are supposed to be vibrating and together, and you get almost like a callus, like you would on your hands, on your vocal fold. Your vocal. So then the resonation, you have, imagine a big nodule here, and you could probably look this up too. Claps.
The vagina or the vocal
sure,
cord
put
piece?
on blue waffle.
What is blue waffle? Don't even Google that. We're gonna get in trouble.
Don't do it.
Quick question. So for this like that camera and this camera, it can't actually see the TV. So you could Google whatever the fuck you want and just don't go to that view, right?
Yeah, and I can blur out the
TV. Yeah.
He's just gonna have like the Colombian decapitations running in the background.
No.
So
there goes the fucking ad revenue.
You should have thought this through.
I didn't.
So yes, they've had basically you guys are fucked. Because I go all over the place. But so
let's go, bro.
So yes, if and these are touring musicians, so they improper stress over long periods of time, developing these calluses on. The more you do this without treating it or giving your vocals proper rest, the more they solidify and then eventually become hardened to the extent that you cannot remove them unless you have them operated. So then,
like kidney stones for your fucking voice.
It's basically like a callus on your vocal folds.
Fuck.
So that affects your ability to sing and scream and all that other stuff.
Does it hurt?
Properly?
Like you can't function.
It will be the end result of improper vocalization and hurting your voice, hurting your folds. It doesn't necessarily hurt having them, but you cannot sing properly. I started to get them because I was trying to do too much with my voice. At one point, I was doing in my kind of experimental phase and saying what are the boundaries of what I'm able to replicate with noise breath control. And what started to happen is, believe it or not, I started singing. My notes were bitonal, so
literally when one person sings in one tone and they sing in another and they strap it together and it sounds like that cool kind of both.
It was like that, at the same time because the way that the node was vibrating and I was getting this resonation that I freaked out and I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't be able to do that, and that's not helpful. I know that's a vocal node. Now I have to taper off and be more mindful and respectful of my voice and its capabilities. And so that is why some people will ask, you're a great singer and you're a great screamer. Why not mash the two together? It's because I've tried, and doing that live on a regular basis puts a great strain on my voice. So I try to do those things separately. That's my limitation. There's people that can do it, and I'm really envious of them. But that's what I have to do to maintain. And I have confirmed as a screamer of 10 plus years.
Screamer.
I recently had a basically my vocal my throat checked out by a doctor because I have issues with apnea, and he's like, your fucking vocal cords are amazing. You said you're a screamer, like they're in great condition. So I know that I'm doing the proper thing.
I didn't know that you could like check these things. Like,
yeah,
it's just like
it's really uncomfortable.
They're good.
It's it's there's I forget what they call it, but there was a scope that he used with a camera that he took it up my nose into my nasal pit. It was like I felt like I was getting mummified, and I could feel the fucking camera in my throat, and I'm just like, he's like, relax. I'm like, oh, I can't relax.
I'm super relaxed. I'm super go deeper.
I've never
deeper, doctor.
So yeah, but he confirmed. In addition to having a slightly deviated left nostril, that my vocal cords are in great fucking condition. For somebody who's been screaming, drinking coffee and alcohol and all that shit for years, I've been doing well. So the regimen of separating the singing from the screaming has worked well for me, and I haven't furthered the development on those nodes, and so just proper care, a lot of rest, and a lot of hydration. Spicy foods help me loosen up and
help you. Wouldn't spicy foods fuck you up?
No. So spicy foods help the
spicy foods fuck me up.
For me in particular, I have a really serious issue with salivation and mucus production.
Nice,
just wonderful thing to
I'll
share with
keep
people.
That in mind.
But that's probably why my vocal cords are in such good condition, because they don't dry out.
Okay.
So spicy foods help, whereas like I'm trying to steer away, and it's really hard from cold beverages because they could shock like your vocals.
Dude, I only drink room temperature stuff.
Yeah.
Like period. That or like tea.
I've gotten in the habit of drinking more room temperature beer and things like that if I'm gonna drink, because cold binds everything up.
Yep.
And anything hot loosens things up. And so they specify like, hey, you should probably drink hot tea or something like that. But spicy foods help with the production of mucus, which will coat everything and make everything go nice and smooth. And especially when you're doing, the highs into the deep guttural stuff, and you're shooting back and forth, it could put a lot of strain. If you have enough, mucus and saliva and things, and they're keeping that all nice.
There's a whole science behind
this.
Oh
yeah, man.
I have enough mucus membranes to make this night go crazy.
People don't know this stuff, but I mean, it's good to know as a metal musician, as a vocalist. I've watched, the Zen of Screaming. I've done a lot of reading up on this stuff because it's a science. It's interesting. And it's good stuff to know. You should know your body and what you're capable of doing.
Dude, I love how deep this goes. It's not just like, I'm in a band. No, it's like this is like petri dish of like let's get all this stuff to be 100% right, and how do we do it? What is my mucus levels? Let me go get these checked.
Yes. Spicy food, warm beverages. Try to stay away from cold stuff. Whiskey sometimes, I would say. I fucking love it, and sometimes it's helpful for loosening.
Yeah, we'll have
me
a
up.
whiskey drinking podcast.
Oh, can I be on that shit?
Yes, you could be on that shit.
Oh my god, I love
Maybe
whiskey.
we can get Velez on here too. Oh yeah, that'd be interesting considering I never fucking drink.
So yes. So that's my history in music. I've been Old Boreas, and then I went to working with Glass Divide more recently. I left Old Boreas because things weren't gelling as well between me and my guitarist. I love Goose, who's a great dude, but I think he has a lot of issues with stage fright, unfortunately. And it was hindering. We do great songwriter, wonderful human being, a little neurotic, but I fucking love him.
A little neurotic.
and we made we continue to make great music together, but unfortunately, my whole thing is live shows. I fucking love playing live. I love share. You make something, you want to share it. And that's where we kind of drew a line where he wasn't able to follow that. He wasn't able to invest into it. And I'm like, no, this is what I want to do. This is not just a hobby. I don't want to just make albums and sit on them. So Glass Divide.
Yeah, but that's where the money is too, right? Because there's like, from what everybody's told me in the music industry, it's gone the way of like the motorcycle stunting. Because, for example, way back, like motorcycle stunting, when I was growing up, even a little bit before my time, if you had a crew of guys and you booked a show, which a show was literally just somebody's open parking lot and they wanted to get some more business, you'd get like $5,000 to $10,000 for the night, like, which was killer. Nowadays, dude, when I was trying to run my crew, dude, it was like $500 maybe that we'd get. Like, dude, that doesn't even pay for like 2 tires that are absolutely getting burned off during the show. So it becomes just a hobby of passion. And, you know, you're talking about the albums, that's essentially the DVDs for, you know, doing the motorcycle shit. Dude, there is no money in DVDs at all. The best you get is you print out something totally bootleg that you didn't pay anybody to do. Then you go to a show and you just pass them out in divvying. Same thing with the albums that you do. No money comes from YouTube or putting your albums out there or SoundCloud or anything like that. Like, at least not substantial money, right? And it all comes from the live touring, the live shows. So you're trying to actually like make a legitimate business and build towards that point.
I'm less focused on the business aspect and more focused on the creative and the being able to you know, express myself and share music. That, I mean, that really, I know people say this and that, like, you know, oh, he's got like some sort of, you know, ulterior motive, but like, no, really, like,
it must be the beard.
I'm making
this, you know, ulterior.
I'm making okay money. I'm happy. I have, you know, a wonderful creative outlet with dudes that have really become my best friends. It's not always easy, but you know what? We create like, I wouldn't be in this project. I wouldn't have invested myself in this project if I didn't see like such talent and potential for something really, really great.
Dude, I hope you fucking blow up.
Well, you know what? That's, I mean, I'm gonna put, like I said, you know, I think it's a matter of, you know, just trying to branch out in as many directions as possible. This is fucking awesome, you know, opportunity, and yeah, and just seeing what comes from it, but investing the best of myself into the thing that I love, and you know, we just all work so well together. I've got our drummer is also a graphic designer too, so we kind of parlay off each other a little bit, and I think we have a lot of we have great substance. Like, the music is fucking awesome, but we also have a viable means to promote it, which is cool. And it's like, okay, let's explore like all the ways that we can promote the shit that we fucking came up with, and like, let's get our baby out there, you know. So
I'm throwing it out there. I actually have a fellow flying out here from Cali later this month, and he's going to be talking to us about actually promoting this. I mean, if you want, I'm sure he'll be up here for like a week. I mean, I'm sure I could arrange a meeting between you guys, and he might be able to come up with a plan and even like a budget for you guys to do something. I mean, he's one of the best social media marketers I know of.
I would definitely be interested in doing that, especially so, like I said, we're you know, we're finishing off the last couple songs, and I think we're hitting that road where probably by January we'll be in the mood to, in the position to step in and do some recording and come out with our second album. And you know, that's, you know, I'm gonna promote the shit out of that. I love what we've come up with. I love how everybody's really evolved as musicians in our band. Like, we've evolved together, and I'm really really happy with the new material and stoked to get it out there and make some impact and see where it goes. You know, it's just good stuff. You know, for me, you know, it's very cathartic. You know, taking you know, my experiences and perspectives and working with these guys and just crafting something out of that is just, this is awesome.
Dude, there's so much about like the music industry that like is just, it's very interesting. So like, you know, Kid Rock, right? So you know that album History of Rock that came out? So he has all these albums, right? But supposedly like History of Rock was a totally made album already, just all these songs that he had written before he was anybody, and he just basically re-released them in an album that everybody loved, but nobody knew who he was beforehand. So it was almost
used
like
as a platform.
Yeah, dude. So
that's cool.
And like that's the difficult part. It's like to try to differentiate yourself from the masses. Like, out there right now, I mean, you obviously have all the people who are just not doing anything with their lives, right? But then you have these levels of people who are trying to. But because of the platform, which is essentially just the internet, right? So because the internet, it gives everyone a voice. It gives crappy people a voice. It gives phenomenal people a voice. But everybody's just vying for attention at all times. And social media is almost like standing on a podium somewhere, just screaming like, look at me, like everywhere. And everybody is screaming this at the same time and just trying to one up each other. And you eventually kind of get into like kind of becoming preposterous. Like, are you familiar with this guy Tekashi 6ix9ine?
Yes, I am.
Are you? All right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So like okay, like you know what he looks like the rainbow.
He looks like Rainbow Bright after years of meth and crack use.
All right, well, I guess his mother fucked My Little Pony, and that's what came out. So what I'm getting at though is that here's the thing. I do try not to bat. Okay, so I do try not to talk bad about anybody. So here's the thing when it comes to like, I'll just use this guy as an example. I actually have a respect for this guy. Mm-hmm. Like, so just hear this out. Like, so I don't necessarily like what he is promoting. Okay, I don't necessarily look. If he can get laid looking like that, he's doing something right. Right? Okay, so. What I'm saying is like, if you can rock a look like this and get anywhere in life, I mean, good for you, like, I think that our society a lot of times is super predisposed to look at somebody who is that far out of status quo, like this guy. I mean, he's slightly different than your average person walking down the street.
Yep.
I think we're like totally, brainwashed to look at him and go, oh my God, like point the finger, like
disregard.
What the fuck is wrong with this dude?
Yeah.
Like da-da-da. And it's like, on one hand, like that was my first response when I saw him. I'm like, what am I looking at? What is this? But then my second perception on him, which is what I'm trying to kind of drill into my head, is like, dude, I don't want everybody to be the same.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want
absolutely.
everybody to just fall in line. And like, dude, honestly, on some level, that's fucking cool. Like I'm talking solely based on his looks right now.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool that you are that comfortable with yourself to be that unique and that much of an individual and truly not give a fuck what anybody thinks about you. That's cool to me. What I can't get by is what is being promoted through the music. Like, so I went on a binge literally yesterday before meeting with you, and I started watching a ton of this guy's videos. And I was just like, all right, well, in truth, the videos, all it is like sticking guns in the camera's face and fuck this and fuck that. I don't fuck old hoes. I fuck new hoes.
Nothing new.
Yeah, it's all gangbang and shit and all this like trying to act tough and fuck this person, fuck that person. Like we're tougher than you. It's all of this negativity, like just being absolutely just drilled into the masses' heads and highly influential kids, right? So it's like I sit here and I try to look at that, and I admire the level of uniqueness. I definitely do. I just can't get behind the message because you're essentially like promoting this negative gang style mentality, which is really undermining a ton of shit like in society. Now, I'm not saying like be like super good and stuff. And if you know anything about me, I'm obviously like kind of a fringe fella, but I don't actively promote like fucking shooting people and shit. You know what I mean? And nice. So, candy canes fucking, that's what they do.
I mean, it's one thing to, there's a lot to unpack here. Looking at that fucking face. You can like look, like an individual, but if you're, it really comes down to what you're promoting and what you're about. And if you're about just it's basically the same old sauce, like you're false advertising. Yeah, he looks like somebody that has something to offer that's new and interesting.
It looks very new,
and he's falling back on the same,
very interesting,
the same old shit. And I won't even get into the the underage girls allegations, but I mean, it's the package as a whole. Interesting from the outside. Once you get down and dig down into it, you see like he's just like any other fucking gangster culture promoter, and it's just like.
So the other thing that I was going to touch upon is I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who's also in the music industry, and he brought something up. I don't have any proof of this. I just have, this is what my buddy said. And he basically was talking about how a lot of the industries are intertwined. And the industries, I'm not talking music and art. I'm talking like music and the prison system as a specific. And he said that there was, I don't know, a producer, an executive, somebody who like tried to blow the whistle on a meeting that had taken place. And supposedly what happened at this meeting is that a bunch of really high level execs, and according to this person who blew the whistle on it or tried to, how did this go? He was invited to this meeting, and there was a thick non-disclosure agreement that had to be signed. Basically, if you talk about anything that happened at this meeting, your life is ruined, basically, right? Like a serious non-disclosure agreement. So, basically, while they were sitting in this meeting, they had all these high-ranking people from the music industry, and they brought in these other suits. The word was suits that my friend said that whatever he had read. So these other suits walk in, and apparently a lot of them were from the private prison system. And they were talking about who, as artists, they were going to promote, who was going to make it big, who was going to get the exposure and the marketing and all of that. Because when, like, for what you do, I'm pretty sure you're only binded by your own morals, right?
Yeah.
So once you get into playing in the larger arenas, those arenas are owned. You know, like if you want to play in those arenas, you have to abide by their rules. The same way, you know, certain people just got kicked off of YouTube, right? And literally, I guess they stopped streams when they were talking about that guy too, which was pretty crazy. But so when playing in those arenas, you have to play by their rules. Well, they were deciding which artist will become huge. I don't know if you can bring that up, by the way, because they stopped a stream when they were talking about him. That's the one that I'm talking about.
We shouldn't get, flag ourselves with
that.
Yeah,
not yet. So, anyways, so they brought them into the room, and they were choosing artists specifically based upon wanting to promote the gang lifestyle so that they would be able to arrest more people, to be able to employ the proper police force amount or whatever, and they would be able to fill the prisons, which are private organizations, because they would be promoting through these artists to these younger kids to do certain activities that are going to land them in prison in the first place. And this was a fucking agenda. Like, and so like, okay, I hear that, and I go deep into like some conspiracies from time to time and like how shit works in this world and what's really going on. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the agenda behind this guy?
I mean, could be part of that, you know. I mean, I can't really speak to it. What you describe, you know, I don't entirely discredit, because I've seen, you know, declassified documents of programs that have been instituted and your tax dollars at work on things that, you know,
you wouldn't actually
that you would never believe, that you would never think would be possible. So I mean, yeah, man, sure. I'm not saying, you know, I'd have to have the stuff in front of me, obviously, to really you know, say, but I mean, for my own, from what I've seen, I wouldn't discredit it. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah,
and fucked up.
Yeah, and I think that like that is in a lot of different areas, and I know that like you have a much more open mind than most people, as I do as well. And it's just, I wonder why certain people can peel back the veil instead of just looking at what's directly in front of them. Like you say that you go around and you just think about like deep shit. About like what are some of the things that has come to mind, especially like when it comes to society and like what's going on with the indoctrination and fucking dumbed down of everybody.
It can become a real circus. You know, I think, I mean, it goes, so I have issues with, pure obsessive, OCD, which is basically
like you specifically have that.
Yeah. It's
so you're like, you're angry at people with OCD.
No,
fuck those people.
No. I purely obsess over things. It's a, kind of like a double-edged sword in many ways. But I mean, I'll think about, deep meaning of life. Is there an intrinsic meaning to life, or is there, is it something that we form for ourselves? I'm starting to think that we probably there is, no intrinsic purpose, that we do for ourselves. And that's a tough thing for a lot of people to wrap their minds around, because they're so used to kind of, thinking that everything's kind of paved out. But I mean, I can go for I mean, any direction. I just, life is so vast, so expansive, and so interesting, and the particulars are just like endless. So I mean, but yeah, I mean, I've entertained certain conspiracy theories. I have my own thoughts. I've done a lot of reading into that. Like I said, I've seen a lot of declassified documents that are like really shake you up in terms of, what you would believe people have or could do to one another, like in the name of investigation and curiosity, control. Like, there are some fucked up things. So that, like you said, that sort of being, that whole thing, investment of prisons into artists and musicians to try to get a certain outcome. I mean, I would have to see documentation to really vest any sort of belief into it, but I maintain a certain level of openness to that. I don't close myself off to that stuff. It's very well within the realms of possibility based on what I've read. So, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that there's that artists would sign up to, even without signing up, that there are
It's not
artists.
even necessarily the artists. It's just their product is going to influence people to go down a bad path, and they're like, that's what we're going to promote.
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying, like, so on the end of, like, producers control over the artists and steering them lyrically, and steering sort of their ideas into what their product is. Like, I'm sure that that's a major component of what you're talking about. Maybe, or is it just, hey, these artists, just tend to gravitate towards these things, so we're gonna promote
Probably
these.
a little bit of both.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways of going about it. The higher up on the chain in music that you go, the more money is invested. The more producers seek to control artists' voice, and will be like, that song yes, that song yes, that song no. We're gonna exclude that because it doesn't paint the picture that we want. I mean, it's really unfortunate that happens, but it does. I was actually just talking to I work as a shift leader, and we are starting to amass my imaginary culmination of metal musicians there in different departments. And
You guys are like taking over.
but one of them works as a cashier. His name's, and he was talking about how he set up with a producer because his band is writing new music, and the producer was like, he was just outlining it for me. Like, the producer was like up his ass about delivery and how he wanted it done. And it's like, wow, shit, man. Like, it really, like, it's not bullshit. They, the higher up on the chain you go, the more money that's invested, the more somebody is there, like, at your side trying to steer, your creative, flow. And like, I'm like, I could never stand for somebody trying to tell me how to fucking deliver something. I'll take suggestions from people I respect, but like, it's just, I don't know. It's fucked up. It's fucked up that exists.
Yeah, and it's crazy because like a lot of people who think that they own their lives, they really don't. Like, if you break it down and like really understand what they're doing, like MMA fighters a lot of times, right? Like, they're really tough, they're talking all their shit, they're doing this, they're doing that. They're only there because they're basically being sponsored. Like, they're only there because the promoters are promoting them. If Dana White doesn't want somebody there, they're not going to be there, right? So it's like, the MMA fighter, he's an employee. People don't realize, like, he's an employee of basically the UFC in some way, shape, or form, right? Like, the artists, they're an employee of the producers, and obviously there will be other producers to hire them, but people don't have the right perspective, because everything in this world is derived from the acquisition of money. And everything, the way that it works is specifically from a standpoint of business, if you go deep enough, and companies controlling things. And it's scary, because it's like the amount of control that they have. Like, even, for example, I just had an airbag recall on my truck. right? Because apparently my airbag was trying to kill me. So the airbags were going off randomly and shooting like metal shards into people.
Ooh.
Do you know how a recall works? Like how it's a mathematical problem. So the way that a recall works, like for something like that, the company will look at, well, if let's say 1 out of 10,000 goes off, they're like, okay, well, we're fine with that. Fuck that one guy. But if the lawsuits that come from this one times this many trucks that are in existence
outweigh the cost of bringing,
right.
refunding.
So do we sacrifice these people because it's not worth it for us? Or do we do a recall, which is going to cost millions of dollars, but which one is going to be higher, the lawsuit or the millions, plus the bad publicity? And it's this whole calculation that they do, but it has nothing to do with human life. It has nothing to do with like, oh, we want to protect our customers. No, it doesn't have to do with that. And it's crazy because on some way, shape, or form, that's the way it has to be. So what I mean by that is the way that our structure of the cash flow works, a business has to have positive cash flow because it's breathing apparatus, basically. It has to have a positive cash flow to stay in existence. So if they didn't do it like that, and they didn't have that mathematical equation to figure out should they recall or should they not, and they recalled them all to protect people, the company goes out of business and there's no more company.
And then all the employees are out of fucking.
And now the employees, but that's the way that this structure is. And it's like, sometimes I talk with people and they're like, oh, you talk about money all the time. I'm like, yeah, because that's a major source of, if you want to understand the world, you have to understand the money and how it flows. This company's not trying to protect you. This company's trying to keep itself alive. It's self-interest, right? So I totally forgot going down that rant what the fuck my point was. But what were you talking about before? Where were you at?
I lost a little bit of track into as well. I thought.
What's that?
It's all about money. Yes.
It was. Where were we at though?
Money and influence, I think, was the
money,
overarching.
Influence, power, this, that, and the, everybody's an employee.
Money, power, respect is what you need in life.
Yeah. Thank you, Scarface. No, I guess I'm just trying to like, as I go through this life and I look at everything and I continue to peel back the layers of the onion. I mean, it seems like the onion just keep going, but when I look at it and I peel it back. And then I try to explain to somebody, if they're not on that level, they just don't see it. They're like, no, like they got to protect the people. I'm like, no, it's not about protecting the people. It's about protecting the business. If they want to protect everybody, everything would be recalled that is dangerous to people. But that's how that mathematical equation goes. So if you want to get anywhere in life, I feel like you need to, ignorance may be bliss for a time, but a lot of people I see later in life, like as a young kid, I was able to look at older people than me and differentiate what had caused them to go down different paths and to end up where they were and be like, I don't want that. And what I found mostly that led people down that was they listened to things and they took stuff at face value and they just went with it, kind of like just listening in the school system and just listening to what they were told about their money and their finances, and they should go to college and they should get a job and they should start out life deep in debt and do this and get a car on credit and do all this kinds of stuff. And like I looked at all that and I was like, there's no way to live here. But what I saw was that the way to get to what you want in most areas, you have to have a strong resource of finances. And that's where I'm kind of going with this, because in any area, anywhere that you want to be, if you don't have finances, you end up completely screwed in life. And I see, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine the other night. Dude, she's a single mother. She's got her kid now, she can't even stay with her anymore because she doesn't have the money to pay for the kids. So she sent the kid to stay with the father, who is not a good person, right? She's now living at her aunt and uncle's house. She doesn't have any ability to get herself out of the hole of which she's in. It all comes down to finances, and she's trying to spin her tires more and more, working all these like part-time jobs, just stacking them on top of each other, but she's not making anything doing them, $8-10 an hour or whatever she's making.
That working harder than working smarter.
Right. And I looked around a long time ago and I realized, like, as you follow the money, as you peel back the layers, ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance leads to ruin. And I realized like you need to educate yourself or actually re-educate and drop a lot of the stuff of which you were told growing up. And I know that's like a lot of the stuff that you do. So let me ask you, why do you think that you are much more awakened than most people? And I know we haven't even gotten into like conversations like that yet that we were talking about upstairs, but where do you think that the awareness that this is not all it is, religion is really kind of like a framework for people to like live their lives upon, not necessarily being entirely vested in truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think like the awakenedness comes from? Are we born this way, or are we like, did we see something that woke us up? Like,
I think it's the experiences that you have in life that are gonna really catapult you to a next level of understanding of how things work. An innate curiosity about the world around you and how it operates will definitely get you much farther. You know, my desire to understand people and my ability to empathize with them, that drives it as well. Yeah, I mean, I think I answered the question.
yeah, no, it's like,
I'm like, zzz.
yeah. I think I touched upon a whole bunch of topics in my little rant just there. Like what I'm trying to get, I want to steer the conversation towards like society as a whole and how asleep people are and how wrapped up they are in everything that doesn't matter. And they don't realize that there has to be an awakening to take place. Like there are so many people that I look around and I see, and they're going through the motions in life, and they have no pizzazz, they have no life like left in them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I see, for example, another person I know, they just got engaged, and I tried to have an intelligent conversation like about marriage, and I asked her, I was like, so just curious, like what makes you believe in marriage? Like I was like, why would you feel that getting married is a good idea? And she had absolutely nothing to back it up besides saying, well, she's like, I don't know, since I was a kid, I was told that's what you do. She literally said that. And I'm like, well, but that's not good enough. I'm not saying marriage is wrong. I don't necessarily ascribe to the idea, but you have to be able to back up the reasons of which you do something, or you end up going down these routes that lead you to where you don't want to be, because it has nothing to do with who you are as a unique human being. It has to do with what you've been programmed to do and carry out. That doesn't have to do with who you are or who you actually want to be. So she couldn't give me a reason that she wanted to get married. And I said, well, if you were only told it as a kid, how do you know that's what you want to do? She's like, oh, well, that's just what people do. I'm like, it's not where I'm going with this. Like,
Again, I mean, hey, if that makes you happy, and it just so happens that it's like what society is prescribing, like whatever, that's fine. That's fantastic. I can't live that way. Like, but I do see people who do that. It's a lot of societal pressure and traditions and a lot of dogma, that steer people in these directions that they're not really giving it that forethought. And that's what's missing, is like, it's almost like, there's a lot of people, unfortunately, who just kind of live with blinders on, and just kind of like, so I'll use my own example. And I'm not saying that I'm a fucking success story by and far. Like, I still have a lot of work to do. We'll just modify it with that. But my father never had a real formal education. I think he just barely went to college maybe for like a semester or whatever, dropped out. My mother, highly educated, but like I did not have like college handed to me. It was something that I was going to have to do on my own because of the situation. And I had, someone like my uncle who works for the Norwalk public school system, who's just very like college and he's all about sports, and it's like in a very particular path that you should follow, very regimented. And I had people like that putting this pressure on me that was like, that's what you got to do next. You get out of high school, you could take maybe 1 or 2 years, but you have to Yes, financial aid.
Or you're going to be a loser for your whole life.
Yeah, your financial aid, college, education, and I'm like, well, I mean, I remember being in high school being like, well, how am I going to pay for those debt, like all that debt? Like, how can I guarantee, even then I was thinking about it. I'm like, is this, I was studying to be a graphic designer. I did attain my associate's degree, but I was just like, when I get out, am I going to be able to get a position in the graphic design industry that's going to pay me enough?
Yeah, but see, you were awake enough to see this.
Yeah.
This is what nobody else sees.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But like, so I was like, no. And I caught a lot of shit for it. And I'm like, listen, like, I don't have it figured out, but like, you think you do, like, good for you. Like, it's not, I finally said, well, like, this is my life, and that's the debt that I'm going to have to pay off. So your opinion doesn't mean fucking jack squat to me. Like, if I can't, I don't want to take that on. And sure enough, it was funny because, and it's just, I have friends that have done very, very well, but you saw like the student debt crisis blew up like within a couple of years. And I'm like, there we go. Like, I guess my internal wisdom was working in my best interest. This wasn't for me. And sure enough, graphic design is not something, I mean, it's an interest, one of many, but it's not something I would ever want to do as a job. It was just, I was like, art, technology, I'll do graphic design. But that's not something I can give up as like, it's not something I could do as work. There's a lot of things that I have interest in that I just can't see myself doing as work because it would just burn me out and piss me off. Anybody, again, I don't like being controlled creatively. I've found out over the years, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, because it just gets stunted.
Yeah.
Like, you need to just be unbridled to be able to create something. As soon as you're told, like, you need to use this brush and this, I'm just going like the art side. Like, you need to use this brush and you need to paint within these lines and stuff. Like, I remember being at my chiropractor's office, and I saw this kid, and he was drawing, and he was having a grand old time. He was drawing, and he had this coloring book or whatever, and his mother was there. She's like, what's wrong with you? Like, you can't stay within the lines? And I'm like, no, do not stunt this child's growth. Like, he's ahead of you, lady. Like, because he's like, no, I'm having fun. And I'm just like, yes, go outside the lines. Go outside the lines. Like,
yes. Yes.
I'm sitting in the waiting room, and I'm like, because people they try to live so much within these like parameters, right?
Yep.
And as soon as they deviate outside of the parameters, it scares them because they have these mechanisms within their brain that say, oh, I can't go outside the lines. I can't go outside this box, except happiness lives outside that box, right? There's a great quote. It's like, the treasure you seek is within the cave you fear, right? I love that quote.
That's a great fucking quote.
I love that quote. And it basically is saying that in the cave you fear, in the darkness, right, that you don't know, you fear the unknown, you have to delve into that cave to go get what it is that you're looking for. It's the same thing of saying behind every fear is the person that you want to be. You have to push through that fear. Anytime you feel fear, if you were to transmute that into like the gym, right? So you're pressing a weight. And every time you go to press that weight, that resistance, that is your fear. And if you can't push through that resistance, the person you want to be, or the person at the end of that rep who grows their muscle, right? You have to push through that fear, and you have to get to the treasure, the rep that you just completed, right?
Yep.
And I think so much people will just stick, and they feel that fear, they feel that resistance, and they just go, oh no, I can't go that way. That's not safe. It's not safe over there. But you'll never grow.
Everything that you desire it lives outside your comfort zone.
Everything.
And when you were initially talking about the cave and the treasure, I'm thinking of like The Hobbit.
Yes.
I'm
talking Lord of the Rings right now.
Great fucking bit by Gandalf. He's like, and I can't remember verbatim, but he was like, he told Bilbo that like, you're not going to be the same person after this. And it's like that's what it is to leave your.
Now I want to rewatch the Lord of the Rings.
That's what it is to leave your shire. Your
Hobbit sucked, but
your
the Lord
little
of the Rings
comfort zone to seek the treasure guarded by the dragon. Like it's just like that's the representation of chaos and fear, and like
you have to learn to be comfortable operating within that chaos. And I'm not saying like go buck wild in life, because I ended up in a extremely chaotic life. Like if you go back a few years, and that ended up really, really badly. But like it taught me many things at the same time. Because in my entire life, like my way of living was always very balls to the wall. We're gonna make this happen. We're just gonna go. How are you gonna do this? I don't know. Let's go. We're just gonna go. We're gonna get to the area of which we have to do whatever the situation is. But no, I don't know what I'm gonna do when I get there. I'll figure it out. And I think you need a balance of that and a plan. But where I'm going with these two lines throughout life that people try to follow through this path and not deviate from, true happiness lies outside of these lines. And the reason I say that is that if you look at the status quo in life and you were to, let's say, plot a whole bunch of people's lives, well, on a graph, they would probably look like they're essentially in a line, right? Mm-hmm. But then you look at the outliers, like the Elon Musks or the Grant Cardones or the Elliot Hulses or the Mike Monas, right? You look at these people who are these outliers who are just so far from status quo, and you're like, what is that person doing? And you find almost always what that person is doing is they have taken the time to grow themselves. They've taken the time to do some severe self-development in their life. And they have kind of stopped at nothing in terms of adversity to go for what they want. And a lot of them are very unique, right? Like even down to like that fellow that we were looking at before, you know, the 6ix9ine guy. Again, I'm not saying I condone the message, but I think, you know, God bless him for looking like he does, because you know what? I couldn't personally pull that off. That would not be whatever, but I would rather see a whole bunch of like crazy looking dudes out there and stuff instead of everybody in, you know, boat shoes and Dockers. Like, it's just boring. It's boring. It's like all the cars that come out for like, not the what the hell? The consumer vehicles, like the sedans and this and that. They all look the same. Yeah. But if you go back to like the 70s and 80s, they had the flares, they had the big fins, they had the spoilers and the loud exhaust and all this. Like they had pizzazz. And I feel like so much of our society is just getting people down into this mold and this very controllable environment and this very predictable way of responding. Like Facebook's algorithms and YouTube like can suggest what you want to watch next, or the little pixel that they put that tracks you and all that. They can suggest things for you to buy because they know that you have a higher percentage of purchasing these things. I mean, Facebook got in trouble because of doing some study where they took women specifically, and they found, I'm going to get this wrong, but they found that on some day, I think it was Monday night or something, that women were more susceptible to some form of depression, or they were more susceptible to some form of negativity. And what they did is they promoted ads during those times that would have them more susceptible to actually purchase whatever it was and just or click on it. And they did this whole experiment, and they found that they can do it. Like if they target somebody at their low, they can directly influence the odds of them purchasing something because they want to links Facebook to depression. No, this is not what I'm looking for, but thank you for trying to look it up. It's all good. But yeah, sure, links Facebook to depression. We can go down that route next. But they were able to market and make a ton of money marketing to these women who were essentially depressed. And it's like, but they're only that predictable because we're not really individuals, right? You know, it's becoming more of a collective, but then people like, you know, yourself and me and people who are actually like doing things with their lives, it's interesting because we open ourselves up to a slew of judgment by the people who are not going for what they want. And it's almost like when you step outside of those lines, right, and you deviate a little bit, your brethren or your people will grab that and be like, hey, what are you doing outside the lines here? You need to do this. Like them saying you need to go to college. You need to get your, whatever the job was that you had to get, or the sport thing. I mean, that woman telling her son, like, you can't color outside the lines. No, that's not true. You can color outside the lines.
Watch me now,
bitch.
Hey,
yeah.
That's always been me. Like, that's always been my spirit, is like, I fucking hate people telling me I can't do something. It makes me want to do that thing more just to spite them.
But it's not only does it make you want to do it more, people like yourself and me. I'm really trying to get across the play on words with this. When you tell a child who's highly impressionable and you're their parent who is supposed to know better than them and is supposed to guide them towards good, right? You're supposed to, the child looks to the parent to guide them towards maturing, towards growth in life. And that parent says, you can't color outside the lines. You can't go that way. You can't cross the street without me. You can't do this. You can't do that. The ideology is good, as in, no, you if you stay within the lines, you'll complete the drawing the way that it was intended to. If you go across the street now, you might be in danger. But let me show you how to watch for cars, right? You can color outside the lines, but what are you going to create once you get there?
Yep.
Like, what if you kind of change the way that you speak to the child in that way? Because as soon as you say that you can't, and then you say you can't do this without me, you're reinforcing that the child can't think on their own, that the child can't do something without somebody's consent, which a lot of people will not step out of line until they're asked to do so. I felt that in peer groups and stuff, like when you're all standing there, they're like, who wants to volunteer for this? And you're like, I really do, but I don't want to raise my hand. I just want to be called upon and then show people how good I am, right? Like it's an idea that that's drilled into you. And it's like, you can draw outside the line. You can go play in traffic. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but you can. And I feel that it'd be much better to teach kids that they can do anything, not within certain parameters. Like it's always, you could do this, but only to this extent. You can go play this, but only for this long. And it's almost like we teach conformity from such a young age. Now, you can go play in traffic, but the odds are you're going to get hurt. You know, let me show you why, right? And I just feel like it dulls people down from a young age. You're starting them right off the bat, telling them that they have to conform in some way, shape, or form, instead of telling them that they can grow in all these other ways. And I think that that's a lot. Like, I always go back to like the study of psychology and the study of sociology. And I took these courses in college when I actually did go, and I found them so fascinating, how the herd mentality, with the advent of the internet and Facebook and Instagram and all these different YouTube and all, the herd mentality now extends far beyond your physical surroundings.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like when you know, back in the day when there was a fight or something, right? You know, two kids would fight and, you know, one would get beat up and that's it. And then they would pick them up off the ground and be like, all right, we cool now? Like, we're good. Now they're like stomping on the kid's head. The kid is fucking going to the hospital. It's a whole gang jumping, basically. And this is like across America of what's going on. It's herd mentality. Same thing with when you see riots going on and people just come along from the outside and they just join in, and people who would never act that way start flipping cars as well and, you know, lighting stuff on fire and all this stuff. And I remember watching an interview with a girl who was literally talking about, she's like, I have no idea who I became. Like when I was there, like she's on footage, like leading people to like go smash stuff in this riot that had taken place. And it's all herd mentality, but now we have it on a social media level, and you're able to influence people in how to think and such. And it's just, so much of it is about conform. So again, that guy, maybe I don't necessarily support the message, but I think it's fucking cool to see somebody who is that much of an individual, because it's lacking so much in our society. I mean,
I can definitely appreciate, I definitely appreciate creative human spirit, and the will and drive to break out of.
I mean, you know, he colored outside the line.
Absolutely. Like that, like, yes, absolutely. By all means, I appreciate that. You know, those bounds to try to break away. You know, but you know, at the same time too, what you said before about like, you know, people dressing a certain way and whatnot too. Like I also understand though, even as somebody who's super creative and wanting to kind of break from the norm, I also on the other side, on the flip side, find as a counterbalance, do find a lot of comfort in some level of conformity. You know, I'm for the most part non-denominational, and I have ideas, but I fucking love tradition. Like
Non-denominational. You talking like religion? What are you talking about?
in terms of when I say non-denominational, yeah, religion and a very organized set of beliefs. Like morally, I'm very I was raised a Christian very loosely, and then was introduced to some Wiccan type beliefs through my mother. Then she went the other way and went to she's now a Jehovah's Witness, and I was like, fuck that. But I've through the martial arts, I've also like taken in a lot of westernized like Zen Buddhist ideas through my instructor and the practice.
Yeah, but like, give me some examples. Like, what are some of the ideals of which you've taken on? Just curious, by the way, can we get like just a logo in the background instead of just staring at his face the whole time? Cool. So like, what are some of like because like it's cool, but it's like it's not pertinent to like most of what we're talking.
Yeah, it's not.
You ever heard an interview with him? By the way,
I've had my fill of Tekashi 6ix9ine. Thanks.
I heard about him like somewhat recently. There was some other guy that I looked at on Instagram. He just came up. He's like, people you know. I'm like, how the fuck might I know this guy? And he's sitting there. And he's holding like his gun by the magazine. And he's like fucking smoking blunts. And I'm watching. He's like 10,000 people viewing him at once. And I'm like, please just be viewing him for entertainment purposes, not for idolization.
What am I doing wrong?
Yeah, what am I doing wrong? Like
I'm apparently thinking too hard.
My tattoos on my arm. They should be on my forehead. What?
But so you're saying, so what
are some of the ideals that you've taken on from the Zen Buddhist side of everything? Like what?
This is
where I want to get into.
This is interesting. Okay, so I mean, definitely transfer of energy. The philosophy I find very, very interesting in accepting darkness as well as light and the balance of the two. I feel like I've learned a lot in learning how to disassemble people on a physical and mental level. I have found
disassembly of people physically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Oh,
yeah.
You heard it right here. This is what he does.
Striking, joint locks, breaks.
Fuck that.
Pain compliance, pressure points, psychological.
What's pain compliance? Is that where like you're causing so much damage that you force the person to do what you want?
You have your hand.
You stay on that side of the table.
Yeah, you have your hand on my left shoulder, and I can, I manipulate you in a way with joint locks and distraction, basically to get you into position, and then I'm going to guide you to where I want you to, and if you do not comply, I'm going to apply constant pressure on a pressure point in a way that's going to make you very uncomfortable.
Nice.
But yeah, so
I'm good. I'm flying.
Humility and empathy. You understand how it's funny because it's the human body is both fragile in some ways and very resilient in others. And so you kind of get a feel for what that is, and I don't know. You begin to empathize. So it's interesting. I have all this knowledge now, right? I have knowledge and ability, but I do not have the desire to, because I understand the damage that I can do, and I care. I
practice on Steve.
No, all I want to do with that information is show people, how to better defend themselves and be aware of their surroundings, and that is how I want to utilize that and try to make a positive change. That's in a nutshell. A lot of the Eastern sort of philosophy. I feel like martial arts can be what you want it to be. I think it could be a physical outlet. I think it could be a mental discipline. I think it could be, I've experienced this wonderful growth and change through martial arts. Just everything. I mean, everything. The philosophy has helped guide me. The physical discipline has helped guide me.
What is the philosophy?
Just kind of like what I said, like just, being empathetic to other people, understanding the human condition, and knowing how to cause harm and to be able to defend yourself, but only so much as you need to. It's this really interesting concept about energy exchange. Some people look at me and they're like, okay, well, don't break me, don't hurt me. And it's like, no, you don't understand. Like as you go up through the ranks and you acquire more and more ability and more discipline, what starts to happen is I believe you get sensitized to energetic exchange, to where if you put your hand on my shoulder, right, I instantly...
I'm not doing that. You said you could cause me like unbearable pain.
No. But I'm saying, like, hypothetically speaking, like you come up behind me and you put your hand on my shoulder, like I become sensitized to the fact that you're being gentle, and I'm not going to react in a way like that's violent, because I understand instantly, and you sort of completing that circuit, that you are not intending to cause harm to me. Now, there have been instances where people have done stuff, even friends, and I wasn't as sensitized to all that, but they came at me hard. They got a very harsh reaction, but I controlled in quick reaction. I didn't break anybody and really hurt anybody, but it was like it comes back with the force that you give it. It's really interesting how that works, and it takes a lot of time and discipline and working with people, but you develop a sensitivity to kind of energy on a level. Now, I talk about energy, and you can bring it in scientific, break it down to scientific components of the human mind and whatnot. But it's easier for me to just describe it as an energetic exchange. But yeah, so I mean that's the empathy right there. Mm-hmm. And again, like that's what I think the Eastern philosophy brings. It's the acceptance of all these things, acceptance of there being great, evil and chaos in the world.
In terms of like having a balance?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that everything is equally, truly balanced? Like that there's just as much good as just as much evil? Do you believe that that's actually true?
That's hard to quantify. I want to say, I think, yeah, but I couldn't be in.
And it's hard to quantify because it's perception.
You can,
to what's good and to what's bad, right?
You're talking about like within. So this is, I mean, you start digging that rabbit hole, right? Like,
yep, let's go.
Like, okay, is it all balance? Well, what is balance? Is it balance within this given frame of time or over a long period? Is it going to ebb and flow? That's possible.
Right. And if it gets too stretched towards one side, does it have the rubber band effect where it fires towards the other? And
so,
yeah.
I mean, I believe in energetic exchange and the way things change over time, and that's a deep one, and I'm not sure, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, right. Like when I look at the depictions of like good versus evil, it's always very much like right down the middle, like the yin yang. It's always right down the middle. It's about balance, and it's about like showing that everything has that ebb and flow, and everything has. When they say balance, though, the big issue with trying to figure out if it is actually balanced is that, well, your perception of something bad and mine are like completely different. Like if you take it on a very light level, breaking the speed limit, to me, that's perfectly fine. To certain people, that would be some form of evil, right? Mm-hmm. So on that perspective, it can go back and forth. But then if you start to go really deep and you start to get into religious philosophy and let's say Christianity, Catholicism, and Mormonism, and like all these kind of like,
excuse me,
that was nice. That was good.
Ooh,
I could hear that really good. Like
gurgly gurgles.
But when you start to get into like
system live from the basement,
good. If you put your like stomach, you just stand up and put your excellent. See, some people would say that that's evil right there.
I'm gonna use that.
So, when you start to have these frameworks and such for people to operate upon and to look at and be like, without them having to think, just say that's good or that's bad. Well, now you have completely different perspectives. And it's like, well, if that's the case, then for every single perspective, is it balanced? right? So for your perspective, if you happen to be an absolutely born again Christian and you look at the world from that perspective, is it perfectly balanced just as much as it would be from somebody who is a Zen master? Is it perfectly balanced for that person because from the perspective? So does it change based upon perspective, right?
I mean, you could.
Oh yeah, this is just the rabbit hole.
This is congratulations. We've entered the multiverse. Like really, I mean,
right.
That's like a bajillion ways to think about a bajillion.
How do you actually like look at this dimension, like the third dimension?
I'm still trying to figure this one out because I've had some really interesting experiences.
Yep, that you're absolutely going to share.
I mean, I honestly, I don't know anymore because
that's the fence that I live on. I live on the fence of I don't know what the fuck's going on. I just kind of sit there and I'm like, it's going to teeter-totter right here.
It gets even more interesting because I have issues with
I have issues too.
Particularly with obsessive compulsive disorder in the obsessive mind frame, right? And so like there's a lot of what I think a lot of my ideas have arisen out of this pattern of like rumination the rumination is
what is rumination?
Rumination is
you are using these words I do not know.
Rumination is basically
he used some word upstairs that he never actually explained. It was like forget it. Go ahead. No.
Rumination is spinning the cogs in your brain trying to figure out a solution to a problem.
So
right?
if I'm ruminating, I'm debating within myself.
Yes. Absolutely.
Learned my word today.
And so
here we go.
And so someone like me who wants to have his stuff in order on the table, like I should be like there's a certain tendency towards wanting in like whereas some people are like my order is be able to turn this like TV on and off 5 times.
Watch the buttons.
Otherwise
they're very sensitive.
Otherwise I don't feel right with the world. Okay.
Right.
For me, my sense of order is being able to have all my mental ducks in a row, like these theories and concepts about life.
Dude, that's so funny. I'm the same fucking way.
And my place in it. And the uncertainty is really can be really tough. And my challenge, I think, in being able to be at peace is to be okay with a certain level of uncertainty. And yet here my mind is expanding in so many different avenues of philosophies and ideas and possibilities, posits. It just posits like
he's using all these words.
Hypothesis.
I don't know what he's saying.
A hypothesis.
Yeah. Hypothesize? Is that a word?
Hypothesize.
Hypothesize.
A hypothesis to hypothesize. And so yeah, man, like I've had weird experiences and
what have you had happen? Dude, we're going for details here, bro.
So I can name a few things. So first of all, like when I was in high school in particular, I'm just cherry picking stuff because I can
cherry pick away.
More stuff.
Sometimes we do
surface.
raspberries.
Delicious.
Yeah, dude. I love. Do we have raspberries?
Not today.
When I was for whatever reason, when I was in high school, I started experimenting with meditation, and
I swore you were going to say LSD.
For whatever reason. I just smoked a lot of pot and drink a lot of alcohol.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, I had this in my mind that I could form balls of energy in my hands.
Dude, I believe in that shit.
So
some people can.
So I don't know where I stand with that. So my friend Mitch Toby, and I still haven't gotten this clarification from, but he knew that I did that, and I didn't fucking tell him.
Yeah.
I don't fucking understand. I still like think about that. I'm like, how? And he seemed like some of the stuff that he'd been talking to me about, like he seemed a little like off his rocker. So it's like, but me, it's okay. So were you?
Yeah, but how far outside the lines is he coloring?
Oh, it's so fucking weird.
You know?
I've had instances where
so he telepathically knew that you thought that you could form.
Because I'm like, how would you know that? I remember. I had a couple precognitive experiences with dreams.
Oh, yeah.
One input, and that freaked me the fuck out. Like
bring this over.
Like one night I was dreaming or whatever, and this was like probably about 15 years ago, I want to say. Is that correct? Yeah, 15 years ago, roughly. And I remember waking up and I was like, the last thing that hit me, and I remember, was a black and white picture of Kramer from Seinfeld. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell is that about?
That's a wet dream. That's what that is.
Check it out. So like, it was like that night or the next night, I was with Vic Rios, my buddy who I talked about earlier, who did it was the Garage Days.
Yeah.
And Renzo, the guitarist, and some other person, and we went to a bar. I think it was like, it was either acoustic. It was probably acoustic, or it was one of those ones on the Strip in Black Rock. And we're there, and I turn, and there's a fucking dude sitting facing away from me with a giant shirt with fucking black and white images of Kramer on it.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
That's like that synchronicity
How
stuff,
did
right?
So then it's like, dude, I've gone into these motions of things like that, and it's like, okay, so does that mean everything's predetermined, or am I just like, obviously those two are connected. Like that's fucking weird. I shouldn't be able to do that, right? So it's like, what does that mean on the nature? What is the parsings of that on the nature of reality? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, it means that reality's frayed, is what it is. It means that there's a lot of stuff that is very hard to put your finger on, and it's probably extremely subjective as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you're talking about seeing that stuff. So I have had I don't know what I am, or like what I have access to. It's why I don't smoke pot. Like, literally, I can't handle smoking pot.
I stopped because it's too much anymore.
No, like what happens is that like the way that all right, so the way that I look at the world, I feel like for whatever reason, I'm much more sensitive to the other realms or energetic properties or abilities that I think that we all possess. I just think different ones of us are at different levels. And there's a lot of bullshit type people out there who, like some of the palm readers, or maybe all of them, I don't know, but I'm just going to use the word some for all this. Some of the palm readers, some of the psychics, some of the I Speak Dead people, some of the this, some of the that. There's so many con artists out there. It gives everything a bad name, right?
I have some good, interesting things to interject there, but do continue.
Yeah. So for me, I have had many experiences spiritually in life. I have seen shadow people. Like, I've seen ghosts, I've seen balls of energy, I've had many different waking up and seeing different floating objects in the room. I've seen what I would consider to be, I don't know if I'd go as far to say demon. You ever hear of like sleep paralysis?
I've experienced sleep paralysis.
Have you ever experienced sleep paralysis when the demon is over you?
Yes.
If
you call so
all right, is it like a black figure with red eye, kind of like hard to see?
It was, for me, it was a evil version of myself.
Really?
Yeah, it was fucking weird.
Really?
Yeah, I'm like, ugh. Just thinking about it, because I'm like, wait a minute, but like, so essentially, like being held down, and then
now, are you being held down, or you simply can't move? Because for me, it was always absolute paralysis. I could move my eyes, I could breathe, I could look around the room, but I could not actually do anything. This would go on for like
I was frozen, and I was struggling against this thing that was holding me.
Yeah,
and then
it's right over your face. Right?
I woke up, right, and I'm awake, and as I'm coming to, I can see I'm lying on the couch. This is when I was sleeping on the couch at the time in my father's house, because I was still trying to establish a room there, and and a vision of my fucking face, but like evil and grinning, fucking floated away. And I was just like, but
that's always what happens with mine too. When I wake up and I see stuff, it always is floating to one side.
But like this was like, it dissipated. It was like, gotcha, motherfucker. I was like, holy shit. Like,
yeah.
Like, okay, well, I was awake, and I still had the ability to see whatever this was. How does that fucking work?
Right. And like the scientific community tries to
weird.
Like, yeah, I've experienced that now for probably, what am I, 31? 23. 8 years. I've experienced it for 8 years. Most recent is literally last night. Like, not that one, But
Yeah.
I woke up last night and there was like some man kind of like standing kind of like sideways, just like looking over his shoulder, and then he just like went through the wall. Like I see stuff on such a common basis, and I just look and it freaks me out for a while, and then I'm just like, yes, I'm going to bed. And because it's become so common. It's 8 years of me like having some form of ability to see through the permeability of this dimension. Like if this is the wall, like it's almost like putting a few hammer holes and being able to see. So some of the stuff like that I've experienced, even on an awakened moment, right? So when I'm awake, the most minor of the experiences are the deja vu. Yeah. When like literally I'm sitting there at a table and I'll be having a conversation with different people, and then I'm like, wait a second, what's going on here? And all of a sudden like Tom will say something or Jeff will say whatever, and I'm just familiar. Like, and then Sarah said, and then she says, I'm like, holy shit. And
so that's different level. That's a different level of deja vu.
Oh really?
Yeah, because typically deja vu is simply being able. So I mean, tell me if this is what you're describing. There's two different things I think here. Typical deja vu for most people is, oh, that seems really similar. Wow.
Oh no, I will literally relive the moment.
But to have it like and kind of tune back in and then be able to understand what's going to happen next. That's
literally.
That
I can tell the future when it happens. It's rare when it does.
That steps in from deja vu to a level of precognition, which is
really
fucking weird.
Oh, maybe I'm precognisant.
Yeah.
Let's make some words. Let's make words today, ladies and gentlemen.
You have the ability to tap into precognition. That's what that description is.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. So let me keep going with this because there's a bunch of occurrences, and then I'd love to like hear your thoughts and hear what you've experienced too.
That's good.
Oh yeah. So okay. So yes, that's what I consider deja vu, but maybe it's precognition. I don't know. I've had that, and then one of the other occurrences that I could think of specifically while I was wide awake is I was looking in the mirror, and I was in the bathroom. This was when I was at my father's house, and I was brushing my teeth, and my father walks by the door. I don't think anything of it. My father just walks by the door, and I'm just brushing my teeth, and then I hear the door open from the garage, which was technically through the wall that way, and I'm like, wait a second. Like no one else is here, just my father. Like who's opening the door? And it occurred to me that the image that I saw walk by the door had no footsteps. Like there was no sound. And I was like, I just like stopped brushing my teeth. I'm like,
just like getting fucking chills right now.
I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, because it's fucking real. Like when you talk to somebody who's like experienced certain things, or they talk about certain things and it's bullshit, or they supposedly had experience, I don't think you feel anything. It's because it's fucking real. I can see your goosebumps.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing I can get into too. That's maybe I can show you something.
Okay. So the image had gone by, and I hadn't heard any footsteps, and I was like, okay. So, and then I hear his footsteps, and he walks by. It's the exact same image, wearing the same stuff, everything, and I had seen it like probably 10 seconds before it happened. He went right into his room, and I was like, oh my God, it's starting to happen during the day now. Because it had always happened at nighttime. A lot of the stuff that I had experienced throughout the years was I would wake up in the night and I would visually see something that didn't just disappear. And I started Googling what I was seeing. And I know this sounds silly, but I was so freaked out for so long, I just wanted to think like this was nothing. So I never actually looked it up. Years after this had been going on, and it got to the point of like, it was going on every day. Like every day I would wake up and there'd be a shadow person. Every day I would wake up. Like one day I woke up and there was exactly what you would think of when you think of a ghost, like a very ethereal, gray, silvery kind of being. I woke up, this woman's holding their baby, and she's just looking at me. And I looked at her, and she's just didn't say a word, just kind of turned around and just walks through the wall. And like I started Googling the stuff I was seeing from the shadow people specifically was what bothered me the most. Because with the sleep paralysis demon, I'll get into like when I had that happen, but with a lot of the stuff, as soon as I said Jesus, gone. Like the sleep paralysis demon, like I'd be laying there and I'd like finally be able to like fight enough to just move my leg. I'd be like, Jesus, gone. gone instantly, but not with the shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, because I do believe in Jesus. I don't know specifically what to believe necessarily, because there's so much lying, deceit, and so much like made by humans when it comes to like the religious aspect of things.
Me and my girlfriend were just talking about this the other night.
Yeah,
It's
and we
very
could go into
interesting.
that. But the word Jesus, the name Jesus, I do believe has power. Now, does it have power simply because I believe in it? Does it have power because it's actually a true? Oh, dude,
I'm glad you're touching on this, because this is like there's people that have these sort of talks, but it's like they're so vested in this sort of subjective concept, and they're not able to look at these things like these.
They're not able to look at it objectively because of fear from the indoctrinated camp of which they lived through.
So I'm very relieved. Relieved to you.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, I know we're I'm pretty much the same page, and it's very interesting to kind of get a different perspective on these experiences, and I'm glad that you have that objective mindset to kind of be like.
Is it because it's specifically Jesus? Is it because specifically I believe so heavily that it has power? Like, all I'm going to go with is that, look, if he is my savior and all this kind of stuff, absolutely, I'm totally down. But I also have some intelligence, and I look at who made certain things, and I look at the translations and the rewriting of things, and I look at a lot of stuff doesn't vibe with me very well. I once had a guy literally try to say, you're going to hell because you speed, and if you die while speeding or doing a wheelie, you're outside the law of God, because God said that you should obey the law of the land, and if you're outside the law of the land at the time that you die, you automatically go to hell. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to hell because I sped down the highway.
Yeah.
Like,
laws change every day, dude. And they're not always in your best interest.
But he was that he wasn't a pastor, a deacon. He was a deacon. And this was when I was trying to like seek, and I was actively trying to like get answers to things, and just because this was when everything was going on. And I was like, what is going on? And they're like, oh, you have to put blessed salt at your windows, and you have to use blessed water for this. And, you know,
so they're seeing this as all.
But it didn't stop any of it.
Yeah.
Like none of it. Like what I was experiencing, I even put like holy water on my head when I go to bed. Like I literally tried anything to stop this stuff from happening. And I have my own thoughts of like why this was happening, and I'll explain it. So let me just go through what I experienced. Then I'll say like why I think it was happening and whatever. So it all started with that sleep paralysis demon. Unless you want to include when I was really, really young, I was laying on my side, and I remember this head, this like deranged gremlin head, like came up over the side of the bed and like looked at me. I was a child when I saw this. Dude, it freaked the fuck out of me. And I didn't sleep for I don't know how long. I never saw that thing again. But that was, if you want to go back to like my first experience with seeing anything crazy, that, and then I remember going into my parents' bedroom and trying to sleep with them because I had a nightmare or something. And I remember like laying with my parents and like looking at the shadows on the ceiling, and they were moving. Like my parents were asleep, and I was freaking the fuck out between them because the shadows were like moving. I was like, what the fuck am I seeing? And I'm not crazy. I know I'm not crazy. I just have the ability to see certain things sometimes that other people don't. And I see like these people fucking with these haunted houses and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you don't like
curiosity. That's what's wrong with them.
No, they're only curious because they don't know what the fuck it's like to have the shit harass you.
Yeah.
So anyways, as a young age, those were like the only two things that really happened when I was a young kid. Skip several years, and when I was 23 years old is when everything started. And I was in this really negative mindset, like severely negative mindset. I was dating this girl that was it was a downright abusive relationship. It was horrible. The negativity in that relationship was like what you read about in like books and movies and shit. Like it was bad. And this girl had been so abused as a child, like molested for years straight, like serious abuse, scars She had scars on her fucking, she had bite marks on her fucking hand from one of her babysitters, like literally biting her. Like the abuse that this girl went through that I dated was just, it was incredible. Her father was fucking the dogs. Like, I'm talking
Whoa!
crazy. Yeah, they had like 5 boxers, like the big dogs. And they ended up coming to find out, and it wasn't even her father. Her real father was like a John, and the mother was a prostitute. Like, so this was a adoption family. I'm just painting the picture for like this girl that I dated.
Chaos, man.
This is what I'm saying, and I think something had attached to her. So, like the foster family that had taken her in, they come to find out the father of that family is literally fucking the dogs. Like, and they found this. I'm not even gonna say how they found out. Actually, it's really gross how they found out. But
It's fucked.
Just imagine something dribbling from an orifice is how they found out. It was really fucking nasty. So that's the house that this girl grew up in.
More cream in my coffee.
Yeah, more cream in your coffee. The first foster family that took this girl in, her the mother had like found her and taken her in or something, and the father in that house loved her, my ex.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the mother got jealous, so the mother would fucking drown her, like would drown her in a water basin, like and the tub she threw, and then she would like resuscitate her and just drown her again, like hold her underwater until she was like literally passing out, and then would just bring her back and put her back under the water. Like the abuse my ex went through was incredible. Thrown down the stairs.
How does a normal person come out of that experience? She just sounds like somebody like that would be so irreparably damaged and ruined. Like that's really awful to hear.
It is. And the thing with her, I mean, she came into my life like a whirlwind, and I'm not going to say that she's a bad person. I don't think that she is.
No.
I think she's probably a wonderful person. Like I still love this girl. I haven't seen her in 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I still care about her, but she came into my life like such a whirlwind, and she made my life crazy. Like she made my shit fucking nuts.
Can't help but make your life crazy. Because
dude,
of
all
those
I did was try to help her. It was crazy. But where I'm going with all this is that I think it's possible she had something negative attached to her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how, from her past. And I'm telling you, when we were dating each other, we were living together, and there was weird shit that would just happen. So that's when the fucking sleep demon started. I remember sleeping with her, and I was laying down, and I remember waking up, and there was this thing was over me. I couldn't move. This was the very first experience I ever had with this. I was 23. This thing was over me, this dark entity. Now, it was pitch black in the room, but I could make this entity out even though it was black. It was really weird. Mm-hmm. You might know what I'm talking about because of what you've woken up. Okay, cool. So it's anybody who hasn't experienced this is going to be like, it's fucking crazy. No, not so much. Laying there, and this dark entity is like floating over me, piercing red eyes, and it was almost like straight over me, and the head is right here, like looking at me. It was this beastly thing. But I was afraid, but it was the deepest terror I had ever felt in my life. It was not afraid like this thing's going to hurt me or this thing's going to kill me. It was afraid to the level, this thing wants to drag your soul to hell. Like this thing wants to fucking like destroy, not destroy, but just torment, like torture. Like there was
something that feeds off of chaotic.
Oh my God,
energy.
it was like this thing would want to just torture you. It was a feeling I got from it, but it's like this thing would want to torture you just to the point you want to die, but you can't. Like it was this fear that I was gripped with.
Yeah, sounds like this parasitic entity that kind of feeds off of chaos. And I don't talk about this out of any sort of experience, but I've done a lot of like reading and you know, I take a lot of the stuff for face value because I try to remain objective, and part of my my need is to have some grinding to come back to, because this can just keep going and going and going.
Yeah.
But that's that. It just sound from everything that I've read and experiences that people have had. Like I've heard of things like that, and I don't know if maybe necessarily attached, but it sounds like something that was just
following feeding off of the negativity in her life. Or
yeah,
something,
somebody like that is so damaged and mentally just swirling with, all sorts of malignant, crap. I mean, from that standpoint of someone who's read into this, it sounds like things that I've read about.
So that was my first experience with that. And that went on for I don't know, 2 minutes, some very long period of time. And I finally was able to kind of fight free from it. And I woke her up and I turned on the lights and I'm like, listen, I was literally telling her, I know I sound fucking nuts right now, but I was like, this is what just happened. I am terrified. I kept the lights on for days. I was terrified. And she, she was very religious, and she's like, well, let's start praying, and let's this, let's that. And she started experiencing things too. I don't know if I was a conduit for her to open up her eyes to the spiritual side. She started experiencing things. There was such a wild, it was such a wild relationship. It was not good in any sense of the word. Besides for some weird reason, we loved each other. It was like heroin is what it was. But
well, you get two energies that gel well in weird ways.
But it was all screwed up all the time. And it was like I said, this whirlwind. So I started experiencing that, and I started experiencing that more than once. And I remember having a dream one night where there were these children playing in the playground. And I'm just watching them play, and I'm just I don't know if I was there with anybody or whatever. And I went out to go play with them, and I'm playing with these kids, and this is in the dream, and all of a sudden I turn, and one of the kids has this demonic face, it's all twisted. And I'm like, oh my God, I know what's happening. And I knew that fucking demon was over me again in the real world. But in the dream, I couldn't get out of the dream. And the kids are dancing around me, and they became demonic. And oh, dude, it was horrible. It's horrible. And I remember trying to scream for help, and I couldn't. And eventually, this happened so much. All of a sudden in my head one day, I just said, Jesus, and it was gone. Instant. It would stop it instantly. And eventually, that ended up stopping, because it was every time it would come around, it's oh fuck, I gotta leave. He said Jesus. And it was
swipe or no swiping.
Yeah. Smash or pass. Nope. Pass.
Oh man.
So
I had to do that.
It literally it just became my go-to, say Jesus, just over and over and over, just say Jesus. And so that stopped. And then I started there was all this other stuff. If I go deep into it, we're just going to talk about this all day. So let's just go past. Her and I end up breaking up. We go our separate ways, but I'm still seeing stuff. And I would wake up and I'd see floating objects. It wasn't physically floating, but I'd wake up and see just even dumb shit. I woke up one night and saw this dog squishy bone thing floating through the. I'm like, what the fuck am I saying? I'm going crazy. And it just floated through the wall, and I could see through the wall, and it just went out into the night across the backyard. And I was like, why am I seeing all this random shit? I would wake up and see these big tarantulas walking across the pillow. So I started Googling people around
I'm pacifying here. I'm like, this stuff kind of. It's important to just be able to listen and get through it. It does make me a little anxious, and I'm not stopping you. But if you see me doing twitching or
see you twitch,
I'm my palms are getting sweaty because there's things that I have my own.
No, I want to hear it all in a moment or two. So those were the random things, but the stuff that kept coming back were the shadow people. They kept coming back. And so I started researching. I started Googling. I started looking around. People around the fucking world seeing the same shit. Shadow people. The paralysis demon. Random floating objects. Spiders. And the fuck is the other thing? Whatever. The point is, I started Googling. There's this thread that you can find that, in fact, can you look this up? If you go on Google, type in seeing things in the night. Try that for Google. And I'm just gonna
bring it up. I think that's what I literally typed. Seeing things in the night. And all right, when that comes up, it's literally, there's a thread, and it's like 500 pages long of people. Scroll down. Stop. You know what? Go all the way to the top. It might actually just be the first one. Try that one. I forgot if it was like, I forgot if it's on Reddit or what it is. Yeah, let me see if it's this one. My point is that as all right, scroll down. No, that's not it. Go back. I'm sorry. Keep going down. Go down. Keep going. Go to the next page. Oh, look at that. Waking up and seeing things floating. Don't go to that. Seeing objects, or it might, that might be it. Click on that one real quick. All right, let's see.
Sounds like it's already, kind of pointed to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that this is the right one. Just so like if anybody's watching, they can like read this and see like, oh yeah, Josh isn't crazy. Scroll down. Just scroll down. Just go down. All right, stop. All right, I don't know if this is, go down farther. Go down a while. Like just slam it down. All right, let's see. Have you tried cleaning your clock? I don't know if this is it. Oh, here you go. Just read your other comment telling the Shadow Man to fuck off. Okay, no, that's fucking important, and I'm going to explain why. So when I started reading, there is pages upon pages. This is just one of the websites. I started going through. People around the fucking world, Steve, are literally seeing the exact same stuff. And none of us, I never heard of a fucking shadow person before seeing it.
I've heard of this before, and it's a very human phenomena.
Well, supposedly it's a phenomenon. I think this shit's real.
No. By phenomena,
I thought you meant that it's like a aspect of the brain short circuiting.
Phenomena is a wide stretching word that can mean many different things. But in my usage, it's just something that people experience. Now, what the implications of that experience are, that's what the big question is.
Like they call them, some people on here will talk about how there's hallucinations and they try to take a scientific approach, and other people are like, dude, these are not hallucinations. I'm waking up and seeing these. Some of these people on this forum, if you go far enough, they see this stuff during the day. And I'm like, some of these people, like, it's so out of control. Like, you know, if you read enough on these forums and stuff, you end up coming across like, this person's probably going to end up in a psychiatric ward. Like somebody's going to be like, oh, they're crazy and we have to lock them up. So it's like, you start to wonder for a second, some of the people that are locked up, are they actually crazy? Because some of them, some of them probably are. All right, like let's be honest. But what if some of them just have hypersensory abilities that they're sensing stuff that is real and they can't control it? Like for example, a bad example might be, but everybody hears a voice in their head because you talk to yourself, right?
Yep.
Well, thank you. So everybody hears a voice in your head. Well, what if the voice in your head is just louder for some reason?
Yeah.
Like on someone's voice is turned way loud up. Now, do you ever have a conversation with yourself?
Yeah,
within your
absolutely.
Own? Okay. So
that's part of my diagnostic, right? And on a regular basis, it's like coaching myself or the creative flow of information moving.
Yes. So you have a conversation with yourself. Well, that means something's responding. What is responding? Is that really you? Is it somebody else? Is it the mammalian brain that responds? Is it the fuck? Is it the body's brain, which is more along the lines of like thinking like the mind and the body and the brain are one thing, and it's actually an entity of which we're driving, kind of like a car says, "Bing, take a left," like. Because these are vehicles that we're driving, right? Meat suits, right? So is that talking to you? Is it yourself? Are you dual personalities? Is that a higher self that you're speaking? Who are you talking to when you talk to yourself, right? So, okay. But what if the volume is turned way up with that? and you literally can't function or hear other people because that voice is so loud. And then we lock those people up and we heavily medicate them. But in all reality, they're just more in touch with something.
Oh,
right?
yeah. I mean,
that they can't control.
There's, I've had a lot of deep thought about this, and yeah, I mean that's very possible. I mean, look at even people who are mentally retarded. And yes, I'm using the word retarded.
Okay. Retarded is okay. We're not very
I've gotten to big stinks about this.
I did actually lose a subscriber who literally sent me a message angrily because I said that something out there, you have to be retarded to do it.
It's a clinical definition, and you can change the clinical definition to make yourself feel better until that becomes a slur in of itself.
Well,
so
I think I was talking about like people that abuse animals or something, or like I saw something horrible the other day. A guy literally like holding down a dog and another guy like taking a blowtorch to its face. To me, you've got to be fucking retarded if you like that shit, and you need to be put down.
Yeah,
and I'm
sick.
It's not a derogative term that I'm using, but I got a message from this guy literally telling me that because I used the word retarded, I showed my immature side, and I did all this stuff. I'm like, dude, like you're showing your immature side, that you're taking all the good and the strong ideas and ideologies that I bring to the table and like open-mindedness, and because I used one word, it just the scales are tipped.
Yeah,
fuck them.
It's if people can't see through to what you're trying to say, then that's on them. Like they miss out.
So don't worry. But the point is, don't worry.
But
you can talk.
Yes, sometimes I love purposely like being the agitator, but
okay,
so
that should be your nickname, the agitator.
Oh, I love it, dude. You get me on a roll. But so talking about people who are mentally retarded, and like how a lot of people. See, he left. A lot of people have.
I was thinking about Family Guy.
They have sensory. They have these issues where their brains, their structure, or whatever the chemicals, whatever the inner workings are malformed to the extent that they have hypersensitivity to touch, sight, smell, and need to be reworked therapeutically to deal with that. So like if people can have those types of hypersensitivities, like yes, on the other end of the spectrum,
sure,
like why not like have in these particular areas. Now the question too is like, okay, well, so you're saying like, oh well, these kind of people are put into asylums and whatnot and heavily medicated because we have controls of expectation for the safety of people and the people around them. Like we put these things into check. So it is a measure of like what is maladaptive behavior like toward in having.
I love his big words. He's so intelligent.
I might not even be using these
maladaptive.
These particular
rheumatology. No, wait. What is he? Ruminating.
But yeah.
We need
That's
Google.
the word of the day.
We need Google to know what the fuck he's talking about.
So I mean, you have these like these traits or whatever that might be that you can live with and you're okay with, and then there might be stuff that's out of your control. And when it's out of your control to the extent where you might be harming yourself or others, like that's the big dividing line to where maybe they should be where they are. Like
right.
You're violent, aggressive. Like it's an unfortunate luck of the draw, but here's what we can do. And I just thought of something else cool that you would enjoy.
I like cool things that I enjoy.
Oh yeah. I just
does it have a motor?
So, but yeah, keeping on the train of your kind of take on it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's kind of a freaky thought to think that that it's not what some people might consider illness or something wrong is just again a heightened sense in a particular area. It's a very interesting take on it. So I think that one thing I wanted to get in there, and I know you won't take offense to this because of your open-mindedness, but like have you actually undergone like a psychological evaluation?
Oh yeah,
like what was,
and it comes back 100%, like 100%. Fine.
Like they can't like they can only presume maybe these.
I mean, I was diagnosed with depression when I was a young kid and stuff, but it ended up being I was diagnosed with like depression and bipolar and a bunch of other shit, and they put me on all this fucking stuff for years. And finally, I learned about nutrition and realized that the shit that I'm eating doesn't give me the vitamins that my brain needs to make the fucking chemicals, and my life is in shambles. No shit, I'm depressed.
Yeah.
And now I'm fine.
There's more of
But-
it wasn't just an innate psychological like imbalance. It was more so
It was
like
definitely an
a
imbalance.
product of
Let me just say real quick that I think that what happens with our genetics is we are predisposed to be good or bad in certain areas, whether we take care of ourselves or we don't take care of ourselves. And what I mean by that is that if you have, for example, a history of mental illness, or you have a history of cancer, or a history of whatever, that doesn't mean just go and fucking smoke because you're like, oh, my parents had cancer and my grandparents had cancer. Of course I'm gonna have cancer. Why the fuck not smoke? No, that means that maybe that's your weak link, and that you might develop that if you're not taking care
you
of
have a
yourself.
higher chance of
Yes.
if you go down this path.
Yes, that doesn't mean that you have to have it. The same thing is that some people have higher testosterone. So if they work out, well, they're gonna get bigger faster, and they're predisposed towards that as a positive. And then they have other negatives. So yeah, was it a chemical imbalance I had? Absolutely. But was it one that I was gonna be stuck with for the entire time of my life? I had thought for a while, but apparently not.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had these symptoms.
You're able to change.
The only thing I have now is anxiety. That's what I've got going on. I got anxiety from some PTSD stuff that I'm working through, and some issues with like insomnia. That's what I deal with now. But no, yeah, I actually was psychiatrically evaluated, and the doctors are like, you're perfectly fine. You have actually nothing.
We can't
had to
pin
do
this
that.
on anything in particular. Like that's very interesting. Like, yeah, I mean, and you know, it's awesome that you have, you know, such interesting experiences, and you know, as long as like I knew to an extent, like
Oh, there's a few more things I want to say about it, but go ahead.
yeah, like I've had conversations with you in the past. I never had to worry about like you being like, oh my god, wait a minute, you got a Sprite on your shoulder. Let me
Yeah, sprouting what?
a Sprite on your shoulder.
You have a
Like,
Sprite on your shoulder. Get the Sprite.
Steady.
I have my net in the car.
Josh,
Just
what
don't
are you
move.
doing? Steady. Got it.
Yeah, dude. No, I'm not fucking nuts. I just because I had a conversation with a yogi who knew exactly what I was talking about. Like I had so all right, so let me just finish on some of the stuff, and then I'll tell you about the yogi. So that stuff went on for a long time, and you know, I remember there. Oh, what the fuck? So I went down to West Virginia, and I met a yogi in West Virginia of all places, and I had this big conversation with her, and she like. Okay, I like to consider myself intelligent, and then I meet like really intelligent people, and I'm like, I'm fucking dumb. Like, you know, like I was sitting there having this conversation with this lady, and she starts to get into like higher planes of reality and dimensional theory and like all this kind of stuff. She starts telling me about how she can meditate and bring herself into sometimes the 8th or 9th dimension if she's doing really good. And then she talks with her like higher spirits up there, and she does this and she does that. And she's using like these like fucking like, I don't even know what these words are that she's like using to describe it. She's like, it's really hard to describe because it's not of this world. It's more of like, she starts to try to basically describe a different world with the language of which we use in this world. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, you must be what I sound like to normal people. Like, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking
There's
about.
always a bigger fish, man.
Bigger fish, dude. She's a fucking whale. That's nice. Sorry. Not her weight. So, I went down there and I started describing my experiences with her and all this kind of stuff. And she was like right there the entire time. She's like, oh yeah, this is what you're experiencing. This is what this is. This is what that is. Like, da-da-da. She's like, yeah, people around the world are doing what you did. She's like, yeah, you're waking up. I'm like, okay, well, why am I being harassed? She's like, because you're in a very negative mind state. She's like, so I was probably one of the most negative people for a long time. Like, I have just recently, as in the last few years, started to become positive because I was realizing I was drowning in such a negative cesspool of misery that I was like, well, it's really either like, you know, you gotta like kill yourself or get your life together. It's like you gotta choose, you know? And I, like, that's where like a lot of the positivity came from. But so I went down there, had this whole conversation with her. I'm like, okay, so I'm not crazy. So this is like a real thing. And so I came back up to Connecticut, and I remember there was this 1 week where this stuff got really strong. And I remember I woke up and I would see things and whatever, but I remember there was the two very powerful nights. One, I woke up and there was a robed figure in a burgundy robe standing next to the bed. I could not see inside the hood or anything. It was just standing there. And I remember sitting, like waking up and being like, fuck, what the fuck is that? And I just sat up and this thing just looks at me, doesn't say a word, and just turns and just walks through the wall, actually glides just through the wall. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, because that wasn't a shadow figure. That wasn't a this, that wasn't that.
Yeah, this is like legit, like image.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm
no
sitting
darkness,
there.
no weird, like, you know, there's hey, I'm not drinking.
Yep.
I'm not seeing
Oh,
fucking,
no, dude,
no
I
pink
didn't- I
elephants,
don't
like
fucking-
no fucking
no pink
weed,
elephants.
no LSD, like my system is clean, I'm clean, and here in the light of day is a fucking
Well, it
hooded
was
figure.
actually it was the middle of the night.
Oh, you said
it
the
wasn't
middle,
yeah, it wasn't the day. And so I sat there and I'm like, what is going on? Like, and I called her and I'm talking to her. She's like, you know, you might just be waking up so much that there's a lot of things that are taking an interest in you. And I'm like, well, then talk to me. Why are you here? Like, you know. The next night, I had the most, not the most intense, but the most tangible experience ever. And this is what I woke up to. I woke up, I was laying flat, and I woke up, and there was this ball of light that was just over me. And it was about this big. It was like shimmering. And I'm looking at this ball of light. Now, typically, things disappear within 2 to like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's almost like the more conscious I become, the more that permeability between the dimensions closes. So I woke up and there's a ball of light, but it didn't go away. And it just sat there. And I was like, and I leaned up. So now I'm leaned up and this thing's right here. And it's just kind of there. And I literally look at that. I'm like, Jesus? Like, I was like, because that had been my go-to for so long to like get rid of like negative stuff. And this thing just sat there. I'm like, are you Jesus? Like, I was like, what am I looking at right now?
Yeah.
And it just kind of floated and it just like shimmered like back. And it like rose above the bed. I'm looking at this. I think I said Jesus again because I'm like, I'm just making sure. Like, and
Jesus?
are you the Spanish one? Like, it's French.
Am I saying it wrong?
Whatever. Anyways, so it just shimmers back and I'm looking at it. And I just remember the fact that it didn't go away was what was so interesting to me because typically they went away within like 5 seconds. I'm sitting there, it gets like 10 seconds and this thing is just there. I'm like, what am I looking at? And it goes back, it went up to the ceiling and the ball became a circle. It like expanded across. And I'm just watching this thing. And as I'm looking at this, it created like a ring. And I'm looking at the edges and it almost burned into the ceiling. Like the white went away, the shimmering white went away, and it burned into the ceiling. And it became stone. Like became like a ring of stone. And then the center became stone. Like that, like
Closed up.
Like literally, yeah, like literally like a circle of stone. And I'm looking at this fucking circle of stone on my ceiling. We're at like 15 seconds. I'm like, well, this isn't going away. And I'm looking at this, and all of a sudden, it started to move. Like, so you ever seen like the Mayan pyramids and like different kinds
Yes.
of like Aztec cultures and the symbology and symbols? Here I am trying to sound smart. Symbolism. The word is symbolism. So, no, there were symbols. So it almost, as I'm trying to remember how to even explain this, it's almost like it all turned to little TV screens. They weren't TV screens, but that's just how I'm going to describe them. And the images were changing. And they were changing faster and faster and faster, just like all hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of images just flashing for instants in all different parts of it. So all at once, this is a circle thing, and this image, and this image, and this image, and they're all changing. And I can't say exactly what they were, but I knew what they were. And what I was looking at was literally every single image that had ever been drawn throughout human history. All at once, just like changing that fact. And I'm looking, I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? I was seeing like images of animals, and it was all in like the Mayan kind of, it was all in the Mayan look. Like in stone etchings are what the imagings were, the images were, and it was changing so fast, and it was everything. It was writing forms, and it was every image that had. All I knew is that this was. I'm looking at every image that's ever been drawn throughout human history. Is what I'm looking at. I'm like, what? And all of a sudden, all the images stopped, and they stayed frozen on one image in each. And I wish to this day I could like have a photo of what I was seeing at this time, because I want to know if this matches up with anything. But they all froze, and they became actual stone. And I'm looking at all these images, trying to piece together and remember what I'm looking at. And all of a sudden, the big piece I was forgetting. As they were changing faster and faster, I felt myself being pulled into it. Like up out of the bed, not my body, but me was being pulled into it.
Oh, man.
And the most interesting fucking thing is I wanted to go. I wanted to go. I didn't know what it was, but I felt like I was being pulled into it, and I was like, the answers I want are on the other side of that thing, or whatever was like going through my head. Or maybe they weren't. Maybe it was something bad.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. Like bad dimension over that. I don't know. I don't know.
Fucking weird.
But what I'm saying is I felt like I was being pulled into it, and it was, as soon as they froze, it's like I dropped back to the bed.
Yep.
And it just faded into the ceiling. I was there staring at my ceiling. And then, of course, everything gets super dark again. And I can't even see the feeling. And I turn on the light. Dude, I literally thought I was being sucked into a higher dimension. And I swear that this is the truth. Mm-hmm. I called my mother. It was like 2:30-ish in the morning. Mm-hmm. And I said goodbye. Because I thought if I went back to bed, I'm gone. Like, I literally called my mother and had a conversation with her, telling her I loved her. And because she knew about all the stuff that I'm seeing, and she knew that, like, I'm not making this shit up. It had been going on for years. And I told her what I just experienced. Like, I described it to her. I remember being on the phone with her, and I told her, like, listen, if I go back to bed and for some reason I'm not here in the morning, like, that's where I went. Mm-hmm. Like, imagine that fucking conversation as a mother.
Did your parents ever have any experiences like this?
So...
Or family?
Yeah. There's not. I don't think to the extent that I have, but yes, my father had done. Oh, I'd have to get the story right, but my father had been working in a garage, and he was cutting something, and his uncle or grandfather was standing there with him. Mm-hmm. He'd been dead for a long time. And he was looking at him. He's like, what the fuck? And he's standing right there, like watching him work. My father's not hallucinating. Like, this is, people around the world see this shit. It's just not talked about because people think that people are nuts when they try to talk about it.
Yeah.
So that had happened. There was a ghost that was at my parents' friend's house, and they would go to that friend's house, and like they'd be sitting there and like having like they'd be eating around the kitchen table and stuff, and like the salt and pepper cupboard that they had, just the doors start going like this, just like moving like faster and faster.
Crazy.
Like and like that kinds of stuff would happen at their house. They actually they got the Warrens. They called the Warrens up to come out to their house. Come to find out, they lived on like ancient Indian burial grounds, or something of that nature, or it was like right in their backyard or something. So the Warrens actually went to their house, like, you know, the Warrens of Connecticut.
I'm familiar with them.
Yeah, the ghost hunters.
I'm very very skeptical about. So I've done a lot of research into the paranormal as a kid. Like, I think that was it was super super interesting to me. It still is. And from what I read from the Warrens, and I could be completely wrong, I think that they've had some experiences, and I think they have some knowledge, but I also think they've made a lot of shit up to sell books.
Maybe.
Some of the types of experiences that they've described to me sound like bullshit.
Bullshit.
And I mean, in my humble opinion, like I know, like from reading, I can get a base assumption of what is possible in regards to the paranormal. When you start to get to things like objects made out of stone being able to suddenly like come alive, like in
and
The
like
Shining,
actually move and
like,
stuff.
yeah,
I haven't watched those movies. I will not watch that shit.
But that's like, dude, now it's one thing to see something and appear and materialize or whatever, but it's another thing for an actual physical object
that exists in this realm.
Do
something it should not.
to like move and shit and then and freeze back into place. Like that's presuming some serious shit, and I've never.
That stuff's terrifying.
It's a description. This has to do with the Lindley Street haunting. I believe they describe something of that nature, and I'm like, either something happened there and they're embellishing really heavily on it, or it's all bullshit. But that right then and there like makes me very, very. I'm already skeptical. That makes me very suspect about their stories. But that being said, maybe they know something. Maybe they've seen stuff. Maybe again, it's
well,
it's
all
tough.
that they can't bring back evidence.
Yeah.
Like those shows with the ghost hunters, they go out with the cameras and you look and you're like, that could totally just be video edited.
Well, it's also like, reality TV too. So it's like, but then again, like you have this group that like holds itself to this, hey, that we're that group, we're of this level of respect, but then you've done fucking ghost hunters and shit and reality TV, and it's like you kind of erode your credibility a little bit.
It's hard because it's like one way that gets it out to the masses. The other thing is that it erodes the credibility, but you have no credibility when you have real stuff that nobody's looking at.
So I'm still my jury, my internal jury is out on them as a credible source of information, but I find that interesting that they had something to speak on.
So I'm gonna give a few more examples, and then would love to hear your thoughts about the permeability of the dimensions and like all that kind of stuff, and like what it is that possibly this is. So, seeing all that stuff, make that call to my mother. Obviously, I didn't leave this world, right? I'm still here. But I went back to bed. Nothing happens. I'm like, oh, like I was like bummed out. Like I was like, oh, answers. Like, anyways, so, going forward and stuff, I ended up, I've never really physically had any issues with that stuff except for like one specific time, and then I've woken up. Or like I've been like half asleep and I felt like footsteps go across the bed. I've had that happen. But there was only one time I was ever actually touched, and that was bad. I was sleeping on my back, and I woke up and I opened my eyes and there were fingers over my head like this, and I was like, what the and they grabbed me and they ripped my head back like forcefully down into the fucking pillow. Like I'm telling you, that was the oh man, I'm all fucked up right now.
That'll shake you up.
That was fucked up. I woke up, fingers were on my head, and it fucking grabbed me and like held my head down in the fucking pillow, and it literally it like said in my ear, it goes, "I've got you this time." And I like,
right, Dr. Claw.
I don't know what that is. I don't even need to know. Like it fucking, oh, you're an asshole. And like, then it was just gone. And I was fucked up for a while with that one. That one was a really bad one. But see, the one common denominator throughout this whole time is I was in a serious negative mindset. My life was in shambles. I had no money. Everything was screwed up. I had all these physical ailments, like everything, like people were just, it was just a really bad time in my life for many, many, many years. That was the only time I was physically touched, though. Now, I ended up having to move back in with my parents at one point, and I was experiencing this stuff. And I tried to explain this to them, and they were like, listen, like, you may have nightmares, you may whatever. Well, they were there one night. Like, they didn't see it, but they were there one night, and I went to sleep, and I woke up, and there was the shadow being there. The thing with the shadow people, and I'm going to say how I actually stopped it from happening, which is why I had him highlight, told it to go fuck itself. I woke up, and this thing, and it just glides towards you. And it just, as you're there, like, you're like, I was screaming. I like, and I'm a fucking grown adult. Like, this was only 4 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't know. And this thing's just it goes through everything. It goes right through the bed. It doesn't have to step up onto that. It just goes through the bed. And you're like, I was like against the wall and like fucking screaming. And it just goes and passes through me. And then I would wake up hours later again, and there'd be another one in the room. Like, it was every night at one point.
That's so fucking...
It was horrible. I didn't fucking sleep, and there was so much volatility in my life and so much going on that, what I've come to think, I think the shadow people, I don't know what they are, but I think that what they do is they feed off fear. So when I moved to this place, I still was seeing them, but I had this switch where I just got pissed off because I was like, dude, I'm trying to get my fucking life together. You fuckers are coming around every night. I remember one night I woke up, and instead of fear, I had rage. And that's when everything started to change. I woke up, and sometimes I'd wake up and I'd be like laying this way, and I'd know it was behind me. I'd just turn around, and you could feel where these things were. And I was dating this girl at the time, and she was literally like, she was sleeping with me. And I woke up, and it didn't matter if someone was there or not. I'd still fucking see it, And I fucking woke up, and I was like, there's so much to explain to somebody if they want to date me. I woke up, and I was like, get the fuck out. And she thinks I'm like yelling at her.
Oh, man.
And like, she fucking, the thing like disappeared. Like, no, this was before I yelled at it. I'm sorry. No, this was before. So I woke up, and she was sleeping over there, and I look, and the thing's just there. And I just looked at it. I was just angry. And I stared it down, and it disappeared. And I literally like went back to bed because it was a common occurrence at that time. And then there was another night where she was not there, and I woke up, and I remember that's when I like yelled, like, get the fuck out. Like, what the fuck are you always fucking here? I grabbed a pillow and I hummed it at it. And it obviously goes right through it. And then the next night it came back again, and I hummed the fucking pillow at it again. But the fear was gone, and it stopped coming around.
Yeah, it had no place to
I've
feed.
only seen since literally getting pissed off, which was about a year ago. Actually, almost exactly a year ago, when I was getting pissed off at this thing. Or things. Maybe they're multiple. I never saw more than one. That's one thing. I never saw more than one.
They all look sort of pretty much identical, so it could be the same entity. Or
there were
whatever.
different sizes, so yeah, I guess that would be, yeah. But since the time where I got enraged and would just literally swear at the fucking thing, like that kid, I guess, apparently just happened to come up on the screen when we were looking, and threw the pillow at it and every night and stuff, it stopped coming around. It's come around maybe like 2 times since then. But there's nothing for it to eat, almost. It's not necessarily that I can do anything to it, but I think in a way, it's almost as if us being afraid of a spider, the spider has no control over it. The spider's this big, unless you go to a camel spider, and fuck those things.
Yes.
But the spider's only this big. You are all powerful compared to that spider, but people are afraid of the spider. I think that's about what those things have in terms of power. I don't think they have any. They just are able.
It's just like a drifting shade that is there to.
It can eat from your fear, and if it can scare you, but if it loses the ability to scare you, there's just no food there, so there's no point for it to come around, and it's got to eat.
Yeah.
Right? It's like some tormented thing that just has to eat people's fear, and that's what it drums up. So that's how I got rid of that thing. And like nowadays, like I'll wake up and I'll see like people, like maybe they're people who have passed away or like what. Like I saw this guy, like I said last night. I mean, But the stuff that's really fearful, I don't see anymore.
Yeah.
You know, it just doesn't come around. And the only other thing that I want to say real quick is I have woken up and seen good things, because all I'm talking about is bad, right? I woke up one time. You ever seen like The Predator? It wasn't The Predator, by the way, when I'm saying like good things. Like it wasn't actually Predator. But you know how like when it goes invisible, you can see the outline?
Yep.
So I woke up one night and there was, I guess the best way I can describe it is it felt like it was a cherub, like an angelic being. And I woke up and this thing was, like if I was laying down like here, the thing was standing there and it had its arms folded. I couldn't make out any features. It was just an outline. And it was leaned over the bed, almost inquisitive, like, huh, what's this? Like literally like just hanging out. And I sat up and I looked right at it and it almost had, even though I couldn't see its features, it almost had a surprise like,
Oh, shit. Like you tell by the like body language.
yeah, it was almost like,
Oh shit.
you can see me? And I literally looked at it. And I was like right here, like right face to face to this thing. And I literally look at it. I'm like, what are you? And it was like it had no features, but it felt like the thing was almost like I could be seen. And it just faded away. But what I felt from that thing was love. Like whereas from the shadow people, all I felt was this fearful, like it was fear that I felt for those things. Not that they were afraid, but it was fear that it drummed up in me. With this thing, whatever it was, I felt love. I felt like this thing loved me. And I sat there and I had such this weird feeling of like love. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And so I turned on the light and I just sat there like pondering what this was. I never saw one of those again. It was only a one-time thing. But it felt like I saw a love entity, you know? And so from experiencing all the stuff of what I experienced, what I think is that we operate in this third dimension.
Yep.
In the same way that Pac-Man runs through the second dimension, right? Like up, left, right, down, whatever. That doesn't mean that the third dimension doesn't exist, because the second dimension is a whole bunch of first dimensions stacked on top of itself.
Yes.
The third dimension is a whole bunch of second dimensions stacked on top of itself. But the first dimension can't see the second, and the second dimension can't see the third. I don't think the third dimension can see the fourth, fifth, sixth. That doesn't mean we're not surrounded by it at all fucking moments.
Oh, absolutely.
But what I believe is that, forget religion for a second. We could go into that in a moment if you'd like. What I believe is that the third dimension of which we operate within has walls. The same way that a second dimension, as much as it would look infinite to you, the wall is up, true up. You just can't reach it because you're in the second dimension. I think the third dimension is the exact same thing. And I think that the way that the walls operate, I don't think hell is what religion tries to tell us. I don't think heaven's what religion tries to tell us. I think in a way these are both different frequency wavelengths that you can connect with. Now, maybe we do move on to higher dimensions eventually, right? Maybe. But what I think is that the hellish realms, I think people live in hell already.
Yeah.
Like in the third dimension. I think they're in hellish
Emotional
realms.
state.
Right. Same thing as heavenly. I know some people who love life. I think that your frequency of which you're emitting, when it becomes a match for these different frequencies, I think that...
Tuning in.
Yeah. I think that that's why I saw so many negative entities, you know, which are... I also feel like there's this side of like evil and negative that has this big concept about control, and it's very much more in your face, and good is very much more gentle. And I think that I was resonating with those severely negative frequencies for so long. That's why I saw all those entities. And now that I'm in such more of a positive mind state, I'm not necessarily seeing positive entities, but there's positive things that happen around me. I always see the numbers 1111 and 111 and, you know, angel numbers. I see those so often. I just started taking photos of them. I literally have like a line of photos, like probably 100 plus of that. Just I see it twice a day or more. Good things coming in my life, like good people coming into my life, you know, like, and just, I think that the way these dimensions work is there's this wall, and some people are able to, for some reason, shape, or form, whether it's a chemical thing or it is a spiritual awakenment, maybe it's an old soul thing. You keep coming back, and eventually you're going to graduate to the next realm. I think that there's a permeability of these realms, and some people have the access to just see through the veil. Can they truly operate in those realms? Maybe not. But like we were talking about upstairs, and I am not ready to talk about, but what happens when I smoke marijuana? That permeability goes to shit.
I can see why, though. You're,
right, because if I'm already at that,
you're blowing the door wide open on so many things in your head.
Yeah.
Interesting thing to interject here. So
I'm basically done. The only thing was I was going to tell about my buddy having similar experiences and stuff. But yeah, go ahead.
So I'll start with this. I'll preface
Interesting podcast today, huh?
Yeah, this is cool stuff. So preface it with this. It has been said that when Columbus's, no, not Columbus's. Was it Columbus's or was it the Pilgrims, the ship of the Pilgrims, Mayflower? It was one of those.
Yeah, dude. This is why we got this up. We can figure it out.
But apparently the Native Americans could not see the ship's approach. It was only the shamans that could see the ship's approach, the new land.
Is that documented? Like that was proof of this?
I believe I read this in a history. It might have been the History of the United States by Howard Zinn. I believe. I've read this a couple different times, so I'm trying to remember what the source was. But that always interested me because it says something about perception and believability, what we expect to see versus and the tendency towards what is comfortable for us to perceive as opposed to what is actually out there. Like maybe there's something there, right?
Well, if anything, I mean, what my experiences have told me is that we're surrounded by these things on a daily basis. It's just whether or not you can feel, see, or be influenced by them, right? And I got a feeling that certain types of substances really enhance the chances of being influenced by them, like that story about John, right?
Well, I'm also kind of throwing that in there too because I've had these experiences, and then the question has been also whether I was opening myself to these experiences, and that's why I was able to have them. Or
which experiences are you referring to?
Oh, it goes deep. There's a lot of weird stuff.
Okay. Because I got my buddy Joe to say, and then I'm pretty much done on this topic. So. Oh, okay, cool.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right.
Bang it out.
Remember how I was saying that they're the different realms, that I think there's the heavenly realm, the hellish realm. We're somewhere in the middle of this frequency. Well, I also think that there's a lot of people who are trying to get certain. Is it really 2:00? Are you serious? Is that the right time?
Well, we did start closer to probably 12.
All right. Hey, whatever.
2.5 hours.
Let me just
cool.
Let me just text my girlfriend. Go ahead. I'm listening. She's probably like, what the actual? But she's probably also just waking up, which is funny that she sleeps late. I promised her we would skip karate today and we would go out and do something and then have dinner together. So I'll be making it up to her. Tuesdays are usually our day together.
Yeah, no problem.
It's all good.
Okay. All right. So I think that in each of these realms that we have that there's different entities in these realms, and I think there's different levels of entities. Did I ever truly experience true demons? I don't think so. I don't think so, because I know of a pastor whose mother, I believe, experienced true demons. She woke up and she had lacerations on her multiple nights. I'm talking like deep gouges. She didn't have her fucking skin under her fingernails. Like, she was assaulted in the night by things, to the point where they had to have like big intervention, like possession type stuff. Like I never experienced anything like that. Yeah. That level is just terrifying. Like, you get to the movie type shit.
No thanks.
No thank you. I will fucking keep my throwing pillows at shadow people. I'll stay there. But then you think about it, it's like, well, he was a pastor and she was very religious, and it's like, again, I don't know what to believe necessarily about religion, but maybe sometimes people who are meant to do way bigger things are assaulted more, or like are attacked more by like what equals like a general in the evil force as opposed to like an infantryman. Like I don't know. So I knew about that, but what I'm saying, I think there's different entities in each place, and the reason that I do this, I want to lead into my friend Joe. I got a friend of mine named Joe who he experiences a troll. Now, Joe is a grown adult. He's not making shit up. Joe's about like almost going to turn 60. His from like his 20s and onward, he experiences a troll, but only when he can't make a decision about something big in his life. So like when he was trying to figure out should he get divorced or not, or when he was trying to figure out should he move to, West Virginia or not. Like,
sorry, I just had this conjuring image of Danny DeVito like interjecting.
What? What?
Can't tell whether or not to get divorced and Danny DeVito shows up. Sorry, I'm just,
Okay.
I couldn't produce a mental image of a troll, so I thought of Danny DeVito as the closest approximation.
So what happens is that he sees a troll in every reflection, and the troll is always standing right over his shoulder. And I remember when he first described this to me, we were at my old business. And we're sitting there, and he's describing this to me in chilling detail, that this thing just has scraggly white and silver gray hair coming down. It's got red piercing eyes. Its skin's all gnarled and scarred, and the thing's a huge brute or whatever, and it just stands behind him. Doesn't do anything. He sees it in his coffee cup, like the reflection of the coffee when he goes to take a sip. He sees the troll in it.
Damn it.
He sees it when he brushes his teeth. It's never when he's looking anywhere. It's only in a reflection. It's always right over his shoulder. But when he makes the decision, it's gone instantly. When the decision's made, not like, okay, I'm going to do this, and then it stays, he's like, fuck, I haven't made the decision. This thing just stands there. And he's had this, and now he's about to turn 60, and it's still there. Only when he's got a big decision.
Interesting.
So the other story about him, he's always had extrasensory abilities as well. Well, he was at a girl's house, and upstairs in the attic is where the father lived, right? So he was like, oh, I'll go, up. He's like, yeah, can I think they were checking out the house, and he's like, yeah, can I check out the attic? And she's like, yeah, sure. So he goes up to the attic, and it's like set up like an apartment. And her father is up there, and he's like drinking coffee or something. So he goes in, and he's drinking coffee with him. He's shooting the shit with him. And he's up there for like, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes. And he finished the conversation. He goes back downstairs, and he's talking with her. He's like, yeah, your dad's pretty cool, and like this, that, and the other. She's like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, I don't know, your dad. She's like, my dad's dead. So,
Holy fucking hell.
So they go back upstairs. The apartment is all decrepit, like falling apart. Like this was an old house that she was just trying to like unload or something. The apartment, like the cabinets are broken, like whatever. But there's coffee cups on the fucking table. They're moldy. They've been sitting there for a really long time, but there's coffee cups. At the table of which he just sat. In the chair that he just sat in is all like moldy and like whatever, like a fucking Silent Hill episode where like it just changes the visual.
Wow.
He had gone up there and had this whole conversation. He told her things about her father. He told her how the apartment had looked. He all this stuff. She's like, you literally just spent like a half hour with my dad. How is he? How like da-da-da.
Wow.
And like
wow.
Yeah, and like he's had these. I'm like getting chills because
like, me too. Look at that. Energetic, just
yeah. But I always wonder why people get chills. Why do we get those? You have any idea?
I'm sure there's some sort of grounded scientific explanation for why.
Your thyroid releases a chemical that.
But I can.
Your spidey sense is tingling.
It's cool because I can produce them if I start messing around with visualization and energy and breathing.
Dude, that's so cool. Like you're in touch with it that way.
I haven't done it in a long time, but it's part of that whole energy ball meditation movement. Part of that is growing, and the charge runs through your body as it expands, and it's just like this warm blanket sort of wafting over it, but that's something I used to do a lot of work with.
That's so cool.
Just because, just out of what for whatever reason, this is before I got into martial arts.
Yeah.
This is like more kind of like my spiritual exploration time that I started doing stuff like that, and it's interesting. Again, fucking friend knew about it somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, but see, like this is one of the reasons like I have such an open mind to things. Like so often when someone's talking to me, they like preface things. They're like, "Listen, like I don't know how you feel." I'm like, "I don't care. Just talk." Like because I've had so many experiences that are like the lines are here. I'm like down the street, like that it's just like just tell me whatever it is. Tell me your perspective. Like I'm curious to hear what it is. Mm-hmm. So he had that happen with the father.
That's fucking crazy.
There were a few other stories he told me. That was the most predominant, though. I can't remember any of the others. It was the troll and that one. Mm-hmm. And we actually had a conversation about that stuff relatively recently, and I had told him what I'm experiencing. He's like, well, we had a whole conversation about why he thought that was, right? So, but yeah, and that's why, like, whenever anybody tries to tell me that they know the truth about something, or, like, their religion is the way, like, like, all I hear is ignorance. Mm-hmm. That's it. Like, as soon as somebody tries to tell me, like, you have to believe this, you're not going to convince me that guy's going to hell because he never met your God and he grew up in some area where they taught him about a different God. Like, you're not convincing me of that. Like, it doesn't make any sense,
The way I look at it is...
You're not going to tell me being gay is a fucking affliction and you can cure being gay. Like, dude, you look at a gay guy, he's gay. Yeah. Unless they're the really masculine types. But, like, most gay guys... You're not sick. You're not sick. You happen to... That's what you like. Yeah. But lesbians are okay, right? Lesbians are okay. And then you go, like, really deep, and they're like, no, they're not. No, they're not. You know what I mean? Like, lesbians, that's okay. Gay guys, no.
Yeah, it's stupid. So the way I think about people so set in their beliefs that they think that they know everything and that everybody else is wrong. This is what I say, is that the universe is so vast that to assume any one thing is, like, ludicrous. It's being a little presumptuous about the universe.
It's like Jell-O, trying to nail Jell-O to the wall.
I understand why you want to have...
Because you want your box.
Some grounding. Yes, because it's vast and it's freaky, and there's a lot of people having a lot of interesting experiences, and it's weird, and, like, I myself, like, try to defer back to a level of objectivity, and I try to really kind of ground myself in science because of the mental spaces that I've occupied that freak me the fuck out, and I just want to be able to come back to a...
Well, you want to have things nice and neat, because then it's control. You have control over your environment. Because once you start to go down that rabbit hole, your control goes out the fucking window.
But you also, too, like, you can... In a lot of these instances, and I can get into this, like there are explanations or possible explanations for some phenomena that people experience, and so and I'm not saying that it's either one or the other, or that just because you can base it in science that the human experience is subtly irrelevant, or you can have a particular phenomena that could be described scientifically, but it still is like, no, like, this is legitimate in what I'm trying to say it is. Like, it just happens to have a scientific explanation as well. You can get really into some interesting territory philosophically, and but my experiences are
super curious.
So, let's see. Stuff that we've touched on. I mean, so I freaked out a little bit when you talked about the swirling Mayan mass that arose from an orb. So when I was living in Trumbull, probably about 10 years ago, and this is the only... I've had instances of occurrences of sleep paralysis in the past, and they've all been...
I'm so glad that shit's, like, going away.
Yeah, me too. It's not pleasant.
It's like once you get strong enough, I feel like it can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I think too, just certain mental states that you get into, like, will make these things a little bit more prevalent. Like, but so I used to have... I've had sleep paralysis occur through my life. I haven't had any as recently, but one of the last times that I've had it aside from the freaky, weird demonic experience, or whatever the hell that was.
Which one was that?
The one that I said, like, I saw my
yeah,
evil me, like, and like fade into the distance.
Yeah.
Like, I spent some time in before I actually got my own room me and my brother were living in my father's house for a number of years, and I only recently moved out. And for a while there was kind of a limbo with space and who got what room and whatnot, and I was content with sleeping upstairs I had the couch, which was horrible for my back. But there was one instance where I woke up and I don't know if it was I got home late and then I got on the couch and I started falling asleep. I think that's what happened. And I'm starting to fall asleep, and all of a sudden it was like I could hear this deep whirring, deafening, pulsing sound, and light started to open up in front of me. Mm-hmm. And similarly as you described, the feeling of my body, not just my body, but my soul being sucked into this.
Yeah.
And I'm like instantly like, I'm being fucking abducted. This is happening.
Dude, that's what went through my head a little bit too. I thought it almost looked like the bottom of a spaceship had landed on the top of the house and like opened.
It's just like just this,
really?
This fucking everything felt like it was just being consumed by this opening, this rift.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah.
Fuck.
Meanwhile, I'm like, let's do this.
And I was like,
what is this?
I was like, ugh. And it was like I got out of like the sleep paralysis, mm-hmm. and was like, everything's okay. And I laid back down.
Was this a dream or your eyes were open?
I believe my eyes were open. I believe this model's pretty much similar to the experience of sleep paralysis. But I swear to God, maybe my eyes were closed. Maybe my eyes were closed. But I just remember the minute I laid back down, back up, and it happened. Really? It started happening again, and I'm like, fuck. And I finally snapped out of it. I jumped up off the couch, and I'm like, I turned on the lights, and I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened? Like, why the hell did that happen twice? Like, I'm like, I'm like looking around, I'm like,
because you don't go back to dreams.
I'm like, I'm not going to go to sleep just yet. I'm going to give her some time before I try to go. Because at the time I knew about sleep paralysis. And I was like, it seems similar, but that was fucking weird. And I'm like, I don't know if that was like a legitimate experience. Maybe I just slept wrong and got in this weird headspace. But it's like, using that frame of reference, I don't know how relevant that was. Like, but it was a real fucking crazy experience for me, and I could see why some people, like, perhaps people do get into that headspace due to insomnia or whatever sleeping disorder or situation they have, and that might be some of the cases of people saying that they've been abducted, because that's what that fucking felt like. Just being like sleep paralysis paired, a lot of these.
It's like I want to believe they're just hallucinations, but I don't think that they are. Like when people are on acid and stuff, like, and seeing certain things,
you wonder.
Some of it might be the brain going all whacked out, but I remember this one time that I was high, and I remember looking at the pool table, and it was like a hellish version of the pool table with all these demonic type things around it, and like they wanted to put me on the fucking table and just torture me for like eternity. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, it was just, and it's like, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, really scary. It's like, was that just my brain? Was that just some form of like evil just fucking with me? Is that hell that people can actually end up in? Like, I don't know.
So I've kind of like done this little mind game with myself in terms of hallucinogens, and
what have you done?
I did acid once, and it was okay.
What is acid like? I never did any of these.
for me, and it's different for everybody. Some people have a preference. There's always like the two camps: Star Wars and Trekkies, Batman and Superman, Marvel versus DC, acid and mushrooms.
Okay.
I fall into the mushroom camp because for me the experience.
You're the mushroom camp.
For me, the mushroom camp, mushrooms just tend to be a little bit more soft in that I perceive.
Like
so,
a calmer high.
like there's definitely hallucinations, but I'm usually just like gently ebbing into the hallucinations.
But are they hallucinations or is it real dimensions of which you're tapping into?
Ooh, that's we'll get into that. Acid, I'm kind of I'm slightly biased against because my brother and his friends were doing it, and I drank a lot of alcohol before I finally had the liquid courage to say, "Ooh, let me try that."
Oh, God.
And then so it's like I did acid with eight to 10 beers, like so. I can't really, but it wasn't comfortable enough for me to say I'm happy to do it again. But mushrooms, I would definitely do again. Now the great experiences.
Okay, Mario.
All
Powering up.
dude. Yeah, mushrooms have always been super therapeutic and nice. And
You only did it once.
I've done at least 4 or 5 mushroom trips
Oh.
in my time.
Acid was once.
Acid was once.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and even while like my ex-guitarist was having a complete flip out because he took too much mushrooms for his body mass, and was freaking the fuck out. I was and at the time, even though I was going through a rough emotional patch at that time, like that was the first time, and I still was like, wow, that was really interesting. I want to go back to that. So, there's people who say like, oh, bad mushroom trip or whatever, but I think it also depends on your headspace going in, where you're at in life, and
I don't think I'd be able to handle it.
yeah,
Especially with what marijuana does.
It can be very intense. The visual hallucinations can be pretty vivid, and
Like it's literally someone's right there, or something. Is
the
right there.
the experiences that I had on shrooms, like I remember I used to chill out at this place called we dubbed Goth House, which is over in right by Dr. Mike's in Monroe. There was an apartment that was a shared space with a couple of friends renting it out, and they were all like psychonauts essentially. And so that was one place that I felt really, really comfortable because they're just a loving group of people, interesting and weird, but very loving group of people and safe in that house. I was like, okay, that's where I'll do my mushroom trips. And I remember once just lying there on the ground and just looking at the ceiling, which they had a big spiral taped out in black electrical tape, and just watching it ebb and flow, and looking. And then I got like a piece of paper, and I could see what I wanted to draw outlined in neon pink light.
What?
Yeah, it's like
Before drawing it.
I'm like, oh, let me trace that. That's kind of cool.
That's
like I could
so
see it in my
awesome.
mind's eye project.
That is so cool.
Project like a
Imagine you could do that, like just normally.
Yeah, I can. I guess. So here's the question. So
Yeah.
it's a matter of whether or not. So I said a couple times, I'm like, the question when it comes to hallucinations or hallucinogens is, are you adding something?
Mm-hmm.
Are you scrubbing something away, or is it a mixture of both?
Mm-hmm.
Are you're taking something in your body? Is that adding something to the experience, or is it taking away your perception of what should be? That's the
Should be the limitations.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I talk about I run back to that whole seeing the ship, because your expectation can kind of guide your perception. You're not expecting to see. They had never seen anything like that before, so their minds did not perceive it. That's the implication. So it's like, okay, like when I do
Is that true? Like literally, their minds had never seen ships, so they simply could not see them?
I would look this up. I'm pretty sure.
I heard something similar to that. It's just so unfathomable to me if that's the case. like that these ships coming in,
Well,
you can't see.
but we're also conditioned to know what ships look like and the idea of
But
something.
wouldn't they see a big rock heading towards them, like
Yeah,
something that they would
that's-
think of a rock, like not that they would.
That's what I think too. I guess but conditioned. I don't know, conditioning, right? I don't know. To us, again, that seems like this is what you would see, right? But that's just several hundred years ago, and you had a culture that was just very homogenized to very specific ideas about what could and couldn't be. I mean, it's interesting, and again, I don't know if that was like the Taínos or the Aztec. Indians, Native Americans, whatever, natives for the Columbus expedition, or it was the Mayflower. But either way, there's some sort of bit on that I came across. I think is valid. I think that was it's probably anecdotal from somebody else's, like, hey, Chief said this or whatever. But I mean, yeah, that's the implication, and it's an interesting thought. I think there's probably some validity to it, and it kind of points to what we're talking about in terms of what we perceive and what we don't perceive, because again, we want and expect a certain thing, and anything outside that, it's like my mind doesn't want to deal with that shit. So maybe that's why we don't see it.
Well, I feel like due to the fact that human beings are able to be programmed so much as like a computer program, I think that what the drugs do is open up abilities that we already have.
Yeah.
That we are
Very
just
possible.
unable to connect with completely. As in, let's say that I heard somebody talk about once that with meditation, they can reach any state of mind. They can reach what mushrooms will cause. They can reach what acid will cause. They can reach a high. They can reach a drunk. They can do anything through meditation. I believe that. Sure. Why not? Why not? I believe it. However, the common typical person is going to have to spend, 20 years of your life, like in quiet meditation, trying to unlock
Focusing
all
on-
the stuff within the mind, and the drugs are a quick pathway to get there. However, maybe not everybody's ready, which is why they have those bad trips, right? I mean, I most definitely would not touch it. I would not, especially with the hallucinogenic properties that marijuana seems to have with me, or whatever marijuana does, because marijuana literally just blows that wall gone.
Well, it depends on your strain and your susceptibility.
It's
to,
not even the strain. Well, probably that
because
would
there's supposed to be
something.
and I forget which is which, but we have so much advancement now in terms of. I used to think it was all like bullshit that my dealer used to try to say to get me to like, it's
I love how you just turned your dealer into like a Muppet.
yeah. I used to get my stuff from Barney from The Simpsons, actually. Oh yeah, guys, we have your drugs. Yeah, just smoke some of this dragon's earlobe here, and it's supposed to make you
flying.
You get to feel you nice. No, so yeah, there's you have indica and sativa, and I forget which ones are supposed to be more trending.
What'd you say?
Sativa,
sativa, okay.
indica.
Yeah.
One trends more towards mental high, and the other trends more towards like body high. And apparently, this is all now like well thought out, scientifically documented, and with the upcoming of here we go, with the advances that we've made.
Indica or sativa better?
Yeah. But I'm more of a whichever one causes more of the body high than the head high. I'm all for that. But again, even I can't do a whole lot of it. If I'm just looking to feel loose and relaxed, I'm just gonna stick with alcohol. And I understand why people. It's like I've used these drugs as tools to get to where I felt I needed to be in my headspace, and a lot of ways therapeutically. And now I'm at the point where it's like, okay, I'm very happy with where I am at. Let me now use this information to make sense of things. I don't need to continue down that trend. I feel like anything more will just work negatively against me and what the goals that I'm trying to achieve.
Right.
it doesn't relax me. It doesn't. It just doesn't. Even the stuff that's supposed to make you more body high, it still makes me kind of freak out a little and feel paranoid and twitchy. And it's like, dude, if ultimately I'm supposed to be having a good time, it's supposed to be recreational, right? Like,
well, that's what I mean in terms of like, so to put it in perspective without telling the stories, because again, I'm not ready to get into those. But when I feel like I feel like we're a vehicle. Like in general, I feel like human beings, the body, the physical body, is a vehicle. There's different models and makes, and there's different attributes to each one. You know, I got a friend of mine, I call him a dump truck. You could just pile on more and more and more that would typically stress somebody completely out. And he's fine to just keep moving forward. He's tough as nails.
in regards to intake of...
Oh, just stress in general. Just his
not good.
job plus, you know, family issues going on, plus this, plus that. He never breaks under pressure. He never gets like all like frazzled. He's like a dump truck. You could just pile stuff on. Then like you've got people who are like a Lamborghini. Like they're really fast. They could do a lot of stuff, but they need a lot of maintenance. I just compare people to vehicles at all times. So I really do. So I feel like we are governed vehicles, as in, let's say that a Lamborghini, like I just use that because I like them. Let's say it can go 180 miles an hour. Let's just say 200 for kicks, right? I think we're driving governed at, let's say, 40 miles an hour. It has the potential to go 200 in terms of the attributes of which we can do. Like, I believe that we could be telepathic. I believe we could be clairvoyant. I believe an astral projection, people leaving their bodies and going to check things out. I believe we can go into different dimensions. I genuinely believe that yogi that I met in West Virginia goes to the 8th or 9th dimension. I genuinely believe it. I gotta say something real quick. There was one night where I had I woke up, and remember how I said I saw like random objects floating along? I woke up and there was this touch table thing or something like that floating through the air. It was like it was equipment for sound recording and such. And she called me the next day, and we were having a conversation, and she brought up that she had met up with my higher self and that I was in front of a control panel the night before, and I was just pressing all these buttons and stuff. And she's like, you know, while you were doing that, your physical self on the 3rd dimension was like flipping out, and like, because you were putting so much stress on things. I'm like, what did you just say? What was I pressing? And like, I literally watched this thing like go across. Like, what I had watched go across is what she saw when she was meditating the night before, that my higher self was like messing with or something. I'm like, what? That's like your friend knowing about your ball. So yeah, anyways, like whatever. So I think that, going back to the other thing, I think that, I swear to God, this show is made for people with ADD. So
Squirrel.
Yeah, there goes coffee. I think that we're all like vehicles, but I think that they retard the spark, right? It's all governed. So
Did you say retard?
I did say retard the spark. I think that the vehicle, though it has that potential to do telepathy and to experience higher versions of consciousness, and to, like you said when you were on mushrooms, that you could see what you wanted to draw before you had drawn it. I think we have all of these abilities and so many more of which we just happen to not have unlocked yet. But we're retarded. But we are governed, right? And we can't get to those levels of consciousness naturally, at least not yet. And maybe because we shouldn't. Maybe because we should not be there yet. For example, when I used to smoke, I was perfectly fine until I was 16. The ground would get a little wavy. I would get a little horny. I would eat a lot of stuff, and I would have sex with my girlfriend. Like that's all I did when I was a kid. But then I turned 16 and everything fucking changed. And instead, when I smoked, I would see things all over, good and bad. This is like literally, I won't even get into it. Good and bad things. And I would know things. I have on film on 2 separate occasions me calling the death of somebody who was not even sick. Not even sick. Like I'm on film talking to one of my ex-girlfriends when I was high as fuck. I'm just talking to her about something else or whatever, and then I just stop and I just look at her. I'm like, Ron's not going to make it to Christmas. It was like as if I'm talking to you. I'm like,
So
and I just randomly, I'm just
shitty.
like, oh, it's a flamingo. Like it had nothing to do with the conversation. And I just stopped. I just looked right at the camera, look right at her. I'm like, Ron's not going to make it to Christmas. She actually hit me, by the way, because Ron was one of her father figures in life. And she's like, don't talk like that. I'm like, no, like I'm telling you right now. And there was nothing wrong with him. He dropped dead of a heart attack like 3 days later. Like just dead, gone. And I have it on film. And then another time when I was high, I was talking to the camera by myself. And as I'm looking at the camera, I just, all of a sudden I stop. I'm like, Chris, you don't have to drink anymore. I literally just said that. And that's like, where did that come from? Like, and I said something like, Chris, you don't have to drink anymore. You're still loved. I have this upstairs. Chris died from a drug overdose. Like 2 days later after I said that. Like, so I called two people's like deaths in some way. I guess I didn't say Chris was going to die.
Indirectly.
But yeah, indirectly Chris, Ron 100%. And that was when I was high. So I definitely tap into some stuff. But the thing is, when I get there, it's almost like that governor on the car just starts to just push up. And it's not all at once, but it starts to happen quick. And like I can affect things and I know things that there's no way I should know these things. I can communicate somewhat telepathically with some people. And I know that it's not just because I'm high and I'm thinking this is going on, because those people aren't high. And they talk to me when I'm not high. They're like, dude, like that was crazy last night. Like whatever.
So something interesting to interject. I mean, we think so. Brain waves, right? Like like they go out into space. You know, if you think about electromagnetic waves, like we don't see them, but they definitely exist. So perhaps there's a field there. I mean, and this is just
Like there's some form of veil that pot drops for me. Like.
But no, like I mean, I've had instances too, like where things popped into my head before people have said them. Where like I remember specifically when I was working at this was like probably like 8 years. I've been probably like 7 years. Yeah, I'm like doing the calculations. I'm like I've been for 4 years, and then I was at for 7 years. It was probably
his search engine is analog.
So yeah, but I remember there was a woman who I used to take in people's cards and issue new cards basically using their license. And I remember this Asian woman that I'd never seen before came forward and she's like, "Oh, I need a new card." And then she handed the card to me, and like it was really like something off that I wouldn't have thought, like from looking at her. Like she was particularly like, she looked very much, you know, Korean or something like that. And it was like Kelly or something like that. And I just heard it in my head. And I get the card and it was Kelly. And I'm like, how the fuck does that happen?
Yeah. And I feel like if you could just tap into that, you would like rule the world. It's like, you think about when you start to look at like who runs things and a lot of the shit that they're into, a lot of them are into a lot of esoterics, right? And it's like, if you could like bring those abilities to the surface and actually have control over those abilities and be able to do that, like, dude, you would know which way the markets are going. You would know who's going to buy what. You would know like what the masses are thinking as a collective consciousness. You would be able to do so much stuff. You would rule just like probably they are. And what would people who are greedy with knowledge do? They'd keep it away from everybody else. But where I'm going with the whole governor being lifted off, maybe we are actually like we are infants, even though, you know, I'm not talking physically adults.
No. Yeah, in terms of our stage of, I mean, you could
stage of psychological and spiritual development.
Yes, there you go.
So I don't think we die. I think we just continue and continue and continue and continue. I don't actually know why you can't remember anything. Maybe it's like plugging in a new video game and you, in that video game, the character doesn't necessarily know what's going on, but the higher consciousness, being you who's playing the video game, actually does know what's going on and has this whole life outside of it, but it's just playing that video game for the time. I think that's what this human experience is. But that governor that I'm talking about that gets lifted when I used to get high, it gets out of control. Okay, I gain this ability, I gain that, and then I gain, like if I try to go to bed at night, I just float above the bed. And like that's on one hit. I'll take one hit like, well, I'm not coming back. And it lasts for days.
Yeah.
Like about 4 to 5 days, I will be in that state of mind.
Very susceptible to
And
the
I can connect
influence.
with anybody. When that hits, when I talk to somebody, it's like I speak directly to their soul, and like people just get sucked into what I'm saying. Like I have not smoked and I can't remember how long. I'm not touching it again. But I get like, no matter who I'm talking to, I can completely connect with them on like a soul basis, and like people just get enraptured in the conversations of which I'm having at those times with them. And I know things about them I can't possibly know, and I bring up things about like what has happened in their past, and it's like,
be very empathic too. I mean,
well, real quick, I start to like see music.
Yeah,
in the
you were
air.
saying, yeah.
Yeah, like music will be playing and I'll see the chords like floating in the air. I'll see like color wavelengths in the air, like, and it's like it just starts to go faster and faster and faster, and I'm like unlocking all this shit. It's like the God code. Like I typed in the God code to a video game, and you have all this stuff. You're like, what do I do with it? And I like it. Just it's not a pleasurable experience. Even though I really love the level of awakening it brings me to.
Because it's out of control.
It's out of control. It's absolutely
It's
out of
scary
control.
as fuck.
Well, because I start to bring, like, I can see angels and demonic stuff and like this, that, and the other. And I start, anything that I think about becomes reality. And it becomes reality, not like, you know how they talk about The Secret? How you can bring things into your reality?
Yeah, influence. Yeah.
Well, as opposed to there being a lag, which of course, like, if you think about an elephant right now. Okay, you're thinking about an elephant? Well, it's a good thing the fucking elephant's not in this room, right? Well, think about for a second if there's no lag and anything you think about just shows up. If you were to instantly think of an elephant and an elephant's standing in your room, like you got a problem. And you're like, fuck. And like, you know. So on a visual standpoint, imagine if anything you think about instantly shows up. That goes bad really quick.
Yeah, for me, yes.
And it will swing fast.
Anxiety is so bad that if that was the case, hypothetically speaking, it would
The second you see something bad or scary, well, what do you think of? Another thing scary. Oh, what's worse than that? What's worse? And it just shows up, and they all popping
all right,
up.
try not to think of this.
Oh, dude,
wait, I just thought of
marijuana is
it.
not for Josh. No.
Could we take like a little bathroom break or something? Do a little.
Yeah, we could take a bathroom break. You gotta go pee pee?
I could go pee pee and.
All right, so I'm trying to remember exactly where we were. We were somewhere along the lines of the spirituality aspect and such, things that you had experienced. So what else? What had you?
So there was the connection thing where I was able to get somebody's name before and then turned it, on a card or whatever that was just handed to me. What else? I mean, me and my brother have both seen had the same experience on Wallace Avenue in Norwalk, where we both saw an old man and his collie that disappeared. And that's actually the only real time I could say I more than likely saw a ghost. So I was out walking my dog. If you go to Wallace Avenue in Norwalk, at the end there's a bunch of condominiums on the other side of a brick wall, tall, like it's like 10 feet tall brick wall. And I'm walking with Wallace on my left hand side up the street down this path to, with the dog in the grass, and I see this old man and his collie. And I'm like, oh, hi. And I didn't say anything to it. I was like acknowledge him, and then
You're like, oh, hi. And
I was a little,
like, oh,
I was a little,
shit, you don't exist.
well, I was a little shy, but at that time, I was still having some issues with social interactions. But I was like, I think I waved to him, and then I went down to pet the dog on my right, and then I looked up, and the dude was gone, and I'm like, and my mind.
Then you look back down, the other dog's gone.
No, like instantly, my mind tried to rationalize it. I was just like, oh, I've never seen him before. Maybe he lives on one of these houses. Maybe just like
magically disappeared within a few
like,
seconds.
I literally was like, it was funny because I couldn't follow that train of thought. I was trying to rationalize it, but I couldn't follow the train of thought because it led to that's completely ridiculous. Like maybe he ran to the house. Like
it was your impressive stature. He
yes.
had to leave the vicinity.
He smoke bombed himself out of there. Like there's no fucking way.
He's smoke from
in the time
fucking Mortal Kombat.
The guy was old and he had a dog on a leash. Like in the time that the 5 seconds that it took me to pet my dog and look back up, there's no way that fucking guy went anywhere except for fucking disappear. Like
I once saw a car do the same fucking thing.
my brother, now this is funny because it was like a year later, I was like, yeah, I had this experience and now that I think about it, it's really strange. He's like, what? Like, and I told him, he's like, yeah, I had a very similar experience at the other end of the street, and it was an old man and his collie, and I looked away for a second, and I looked back, and he was fucking gone. And I'm like, so for me, this correlation that like that we had that experience. I don't know what I never delved into like the whys or had a chance to ask anybody because I think this was toward the end before he moved, but like that was fucking weird. There's this whole thing. There's a whole thing that so it wasn't. It's within my realm of experience, but not something that I experienced directly. But I was told that this happened. So when and this gets real deep. When we were living in...
It's okay, I'm surface level, but I'll try to keep up.
It's fucking weird. When we were living in when we were living on Wallace, we were living in a very abusive situation. My mom had married this guy Miguel, just a jerk, just really verbally, not so much physically super abusive, but just mentally. It was just as bad, the level of mental abuse. Let's just put it that way.
I know.
Paired with some physical
that,
stuff,
actually.
like just not a good person, and really put a stunt on. I'll say put a stunt on my childhood development, and I guess when my mom finally had the courage to break up with him, he consulted his sister and did some sort of black magic ritual on my mom's bed area, like with a lock of her hair bound in some way and placed it under the bed. A family friend who actually is now my current stepfather, Jerry, had come to help cleanse the house without any knowledge that was the case, supposedly because everybody was having experiences. I was drawing stuff, like I apparently I was very impressionable, and I remember I vaguely remember drawing like these skulls and my sister I think saw some stuff in the house, and it was just like something's going on. Whatever it is, there's some bad energy in the house we need to cleanse. And he did this whole Santeria thing, and he discovered the lock of hair in the tie under my mom's bed. And so I remember and my aunt had come to stay, and my aunt was experiencing shit too and was trying to be there to like support us. And she described this to me. I've heard a couple different times this story, and she described to me recently with this look at me like, why don't you remember this? But
like you blacked it out or something.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to remember it, so maybe that makes sense. Okay. Because that's just fucking weird and scary shit. But apparently they took the item, the object, and Jerry burned it in the fire as part of the cleansing ritual. And we all slept downstairs for some reason. I was on the couch with my mom, and my aunt was there. And apparently something came out of the fire. Some demonic presence came out of the fire and was like, get out. And at that point, so it is said, because I don't fucking remember this shit. And I don't know if something within me...
Well, it makes sense why you wouldn't.
It's fucking weird because I like part of me thinks from trying to rationalize, like there's something in me that is really innately good and what do you want to call it, your inner light or whatever. But whatever it was, like she woke up and started. She woke up. She like stood up and started reciting the Lord's Prayer, and I, in sleeping from in like a trance, it seems like, fucking got like stood up and like basically recited with her and banished it and fell asleep. I don't fucking know, but like my aunt like sat across. It was like years later. Like a couple of years ago, like my aunt came up to visit and we started talking about like all the experiences and shit and things that she had seen during this time. And she's like looking at me like, yeah, you did. What do you like, why don't you remember? And I'm like, how the fuck if I know? Like, but that's just, it's weird because I've had such a hard time with that because of my beliefs and trying to come to a sense of logic and grounding. And then something like that sort of story and experience, like I don't think she dreamt that. I don't think my mom dreamt that. I don't think they made that shit up. Like, but it's I have such a hard time meeting these ends of like, you know,
because it doesn't fit in the lines.
No,
doesn't fit at
it
all.
freaks me the fuck out. You know, that something like that could happen, that I wouldn't remember it and why I wouldn't remember it, and like, but that's a weird experience. Other experiences, I mean, yeah, I went to the precognition, the fucking weird light above that, the ghost on Wallace Avenue, the fucking demon coming out of a fucking fireplace. Yeah, man, like those are like just weird snippets of stuff that I'm just like, shit, man. Like there's, you know, we try to, again, someone like me is just trying to make sense and come to this, you know.
Yeah.
Yes,
I've had to just
yes, the
accept that.
table's here. It's okay. I can put my feet on the ground and like
That's so
just,
funny. Do you touch shit in your environment every so often when you want to get grounded? Because
I
I've done that.
or
I've
at least
literally
mentally.
been like, okay, I'm here. Like I've literally like just put my hand on the table. I've been like, okay, I'm here. I'm good. One of the biggest things for me when I moved to this place, my PTSD from all the shit I experienced flared up like really bad. And that's what led me to, you know, what happened this January, where I basically had like a breakdown, you know, January. Like I just stopped being able to sleep. I stopped being able to function on a daily basis because I had so much anxiety. It wasn't that I was seeing anything anymore. It wasn't that I was whatever. It was literally I lost the ability to sleep in January. And I took this hiatus from work for 3 weeks and it wasn't enough. I just recently, as in the last 2 weeks, got off of clonazepam, which I was on, which is like an anti-anxiety thing, because I was on that from January till, you know, like a week, 2 weeks ago, because I finally am getting the anxiety under control. But it's debilitating. But that's what I dealt with here, and that's why like I would literally walk around at night sometimes with like a glass of water when the PTSD would like really hit, because I was, you know, sifting through, getting by a lot of the stuff that had happened in my past. And I would walk around my house and like convince myself that I'm safe. I would like look at the house and like I would like feel the table and be like, okay, I'm here. Nobody's here. No one's gonna hurt you now. No one's gonna like whatever. And I would walk through the house and just get into a state of gratitude, get into a state of thankfulness to throw a wrench into the anxiety like mechanisms. But yeah, touching the table and stuff. Yeah, I've done that.
So I've had a history of issues with anxiety as well. Obviously, from the OCD was definitely a
definitely
major component of that, and a lot of it, the stuff that propelled me into severe panic disorder was like the existential stuff that we're talking about, and this is I consider part of my therapy.
About wanting to put stuff into a box so it can be understood, and then the stuff that
Like-
can't be understood would fuck with you because you're like, what is my box?
Yes,
Like, what is
Well,
my
it's,
reality?
like because I got to this point where I was convinced that there was that I hit a point. So I had really, yeah. It's like I have it, and then I'm rolling back, and I'm trying to get to the very start of the whole thing. But
Okay, I'll shut up.
No, it's not. It's not you. It's just my inner workings trying to dial it back. But yeah, really bad panic attacks, life events that really culminated to just complete freak out, and then I just remember like I was at work and I had been drinking heavily the other night, and I had a really horrible panic attack, and I thought I was dying. And I remember being like, reaching out to God and like, save me, save me, save me. And there's no answer. And then I just had this snap where I'm like, maybe there's nothing there to fucking catch me. Like my whole life, like I'd been convinced that there was a guiding presence, a guiding force. And like, what if I'm fucking wrong? And the implication of that scared the ever living shit out of me.
This was recent?
This was 2010.
Oh, okay.
This was a long time ago.
Because I think you said the other night.
Well,
I could have been mistaken.
Well, so like, we'll get back. So that like led into this whole thing. This where most people, it's defined by some as like the dark night of the soul. It's just like, well, what's my?
It's defined as what?
The dark night of the soul is
night of the soul.
It's a philosophical place where just doubt and hopelessness and despair sets in.
Oh, I lived there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And it's just like really, or what did they call it? The chapel perilous is another word for it as well.
I love how like educated he is.
Oh, I
like,
mean,
the shit that comes out of your mouth.
Born of fucking some harsh times, man. But it just really trying to say, okay, like we'll bare bones, like what do I have to work with? If there's no intrinsic meaning, and let's pretend, let's just say for the sake of the experience that I was having, like I was like, oh well, if there's no God and there's nobody guiding me, and I'm just fucking on this train to whatever, and then there's no intrinsic meaning, there's no fate set before me, and there's nobody guiding my situation, and so where do I go from there? It's like, okay, well, and that thrust me into a whole like rumination of like, what a purpose, what was my purpose, what is my, there's no intrinsic meaning, like just making sense of everything. It's like all my structures kind of fell apart under that, because it was so ingrained as a part of my belief system. It's like having bricks and mortar, and then removing the mortar that held the bricks together, everything fucking collapses. And that's essentially what I went through. And so yeah, but slowly but surely just kind of building that back up. And it's like, okay, I need like, base. Well, so what started happening is the anxiety got so intense from that I started to have issues with depersonalization.
Depersonalization.
It basically. You said this secret word. No, so yeah. I love Pee Wee's Playhouse. I'm sorry.
Dude, that guy creeps me out.
Hey, Jumpy.
No, I don't want to hear this. Dude, I used to
make a high, make a hiney ho.
You're a creepy bastard.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you knew that from the get-go. But so depersonalization was like really a rough spot. And
no, but what does that mean?
Depersonalization is basically feeling like you get so wound up here, and this happens a lot to people like in the army, in the field, like after going through traumatic experiences, stressful situations. Your body has this response to the stress, to which it is like, I can't fucking deal with this shit. Like, peace. And you basically feel extracted from your reality, your grounded experience. Like, right now I'm touching the table, like, and I know I'm here and it feels real, and I feel grounded for the most part. But like, there's been times where my anxiety has gotten so bad in the past. More importantly, is that I just felt like I was floating through my experiences. Like I wasn't
not like a zombie, but literally not attached to the body.
Like when we talk about the people, you're driving your vehicle. Like it felt like taking a back seat and somebody else was driving it. It's fucking.
I felt that shit before. I didn't have a name for it though.
It's an awful feeling to me. Like it's just
you're not alive, but you're not.
Yeah, you
dead.
just there. Fucking just getting by. Like, and I'm like, what if this never fucking stops? This is
and that causes that anxiety to start going again.
Someone who truly understands what it is. It's like it's hard to it's hard to kind of bounce back in and feel grounded and safe because you're just feeding off of that, and just trying to get some sort of sense of, and having your world rocked like that, somebody telling you like when you very much had it in your beliefs and the way you structured and dealt with your traumatic experiences and your life challenges up to that point was that God was there and it's okay and everything's fine and you're going to be all right and I'll take care of you. And then to have
then
that
the training wheels fall
completely question, and it's like, just kidding, JK, enjoy. It's like, fuck. It's a fucking shitty experience. But
and at the same time, that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't exist. That could possibly mean that like a father lets the child go without the training wheels, and the kid has to figure this out.
But for me, certainty, being obsessive,
just because of who you are as an individual,
it's like I'm like, okay, well, I fucking need something because this and it's not gonna be fucking religion because I've been already fucked by a religion. Like at least that's how I feel. I was told bullshit. And it all fell out for me, and that's all right, fine. So let's work from where can we work from bare bones, right? What can I invest myself in that is not going to fail me? A scientific method and logic and reasoning, for the most part, is the framework to which I can come back and say, okay, I'm here. That's fine. Whatever. Like, however crazy my mind gets out and branches out in my creative thought, I know I can come back to here and say, okay, well, at least I know I can observe this and this is fine. So that's why, I really try hard because I used to get really caught up in conspiracy theories. I used to get caught up on
when I went down that rabbit hole, I lost the zest to live.
You can, yeah. I mean,
because when I started looking into
any of that stuff can consume you, like
FEMA shit and the fucking the Alex, that stuff.
And in the end of it, I truly from my research, there's shreds of truth to be found in that. And so
that's the problem.
but you can't. But it's so hard to you have to. Again, it's like this need to remain objective and a little bit retracted from it and be mindful of your headspace, because the internet's there, man. It's always there. It's so easy to get sucked into these concepts and ideas that may at the time seem so important and have such a profound effect on your emotional state, but that's a decision. You really don't have to be, not necessarily that you have to be blind and stupid and dumb to everything that's going on around the world, but you need to manage. It's like consumption, right? You eat too much fucking junk food and your stomach's gonna hurt.
Is this a bad time to say that I'm pouring more chocolate milk?
Yeah, no, but it's almond breeze, so it's fine, and it's unsweetened. Do a good job. So
thanks, bro.
Yeah, man. You do have the decision to make as to how you want to steer the vehicle, and yeah, if you do nothing but eat junk food, if you do nothing but listen to fucking InfoWars and consume negative bullshit, guess what? You're gonna feel like shit. That's such a natural response.
So you're looking at it as if what you're actually taking into your mind's eye, through the eyes, through the ears, through the shit, whatever. We'll roll with that. Is like, just had a fly come by. Gotta take it out. Totally wrecking this conversation. So it's kind of like just taking in junk food just through eating. And it'll make your body feel like shit, while taking in constant negativity through the eyes, the windows to the soul and such. You're basically filling your soul with negativity.
Yeah, you are okay. So this stuff exists. No, I'm sorry. Actually, this stuff may or may not exist. I'm obsessing over it, and I'm pouring myself into it, and I'm taking on all the implications and stress, and I'm choosing to do that. It's just so why do I want to do that? Yes, I want to be.
I had to get away from it too.
It's you know what? Here's a good one. And South Park touched on this. Remember, not long after it was 9/11, and Stan's father goes into the room, and his mom is there on the couch, and he's just lying on the couch, all fucking zoned out, watching TV. It's been weeks. He's like Karen, it's Shelly, it's been weeks. She's like, this is you need to get up off the couch, Shelly. It's No, Shelly's the sister. I'm sorry, but whatever. Regardless, it's just like you can again, like that was a rough time for everybody. We all got very sucked into watching TV and just the horrible shit that went down. And
then you get sucked into watching.
Yeah,
like,
and then
Change.
it just.
Are you familiar with Loose Change?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You get sucked into watching that.
Zeitgeist, Loose Change, all that stuff. I'm very. That was actually the forefront in high school.
Mike's bodily functions, everyone.
Yeah. nothing out the other end yet, but soon.
Nice.
Yeah, dude.
We'll get an extra mic.
You can live from Mike's butthole. This just in. No, but I mean, yeah, we have all this at our disposal. Like we tend to, in a want of protecting ourselves, inform ourselves about the scary crap. But what starts to happen too is the scale can kind of tip, and you can find yourself really sucked into some negative stuff that it's like you have to be mindful of your intake, and sometimes you just gotta step away. I love to be informed. Unfortunately, dude, like news has become so sensationalist that like it
needs to be worse and worse and
Bill
worse
Hicks,
and more
Bill
in your
Hicks
face.
had such a great like bit about this.
Are you talking about the merry-go-round in the roller coaster?
No, Bill Hicks had a bit on this about CNN and Ted Turner. He's just like, I want to see CNN with Ted Turner getting laid because it's like there's a war, famine, depression, this war, famine, like that's like Ted Turner's not getting laid. Like it's, and it's kind of like one off, but basically it's just like, the sensationalism of news in order to garner a response from people. We're going into infotainment and we're not seeing the full picture of the world because we're focusing on such negative shit. And we were just having this conversation too about like the advance of technology and my thing is like, yeah, it could be a wonderful fucking thing, but unfortunately because of this deep-seated need to protect oneself, we try to prepare ourselves. So we conjure up these really worst case scenarios, but then that sticks as like, that's what that's going to be. Like, no, not necessarily. Like, as far as I know, nanomachines haven't taken over. We're good. Like, there's been a lot of...
There's always this thought that, we're good, but what if they did this? We're good, but what if the AI takes over this way? What if this? What if that? What if that? But it's always at that precipice.
Yeah, it's that's why I think that's why I tend to try to fall back onto logic and reason, and just try to remain objective because human emotion can steer us in ways that affect us negatively, that fuck up our lives, that make us really stressed and anxious. I mean, that's why I think people are so anxious nowadays. I think that's why people are having such a hard time. We consume so much media. We now even on phones, and that's why I have a fucking dumb phone. Okay, I refuse.
I actually noticed
this is my refused resist. I'm not fucking putting a goddamn like complex computer in my hand. I understand I sacrifice lack of having a GPS in this thing. Guess what? Tough shit.
Tough shit.
Phone
Because if it's there, you'll use it, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't need it. You know what? Computer time is when I get home and I go on my laptop. Sometimes a little bit in the morning, a little bit at night, and I'm done. It's not. I will not sit there all day on my fucking laptop and be not doing something constructive. I hate passive consumption. It's why I fucking don't have a TV to use in my house. Everything is like, no, I'm steering the way that I want my experience, and it's going to be full of stuff that's positive, self-awareness and enlightening, and I can control the flow of information. I don't have to be bombarded with advertisements, which is great. That's what I think more people need to be aware of. You can do whatever you want. This is my kind of take on it, because that shit stresses me out. And I think that's the source. I think that's the source of many people's, the rise of anxiety, being a thing.
All right. I got to say something to that. Okay. So first thing is very interesting that you just pointed out.
I just realized I just did a mental like inventory of the people that I know who are most enlightened and most intelligent, such as yourself, who are as deep a thinker as you are. And I just realized that multiple of them have that phone or older. I just realized one of my buddies, I really want to get him on the show. He's unsure if he wants to like actually come on and talk about his specific stuff, but he's got a I think it's like not a flip phone, but it's one of those ones that just kind of comes. It doesn't flip or open, but it's got the buttons, and it's just he literally doesn't. I was literally doing a mental inventory, and I was like, what? Some of the smartest fucking people I know are completely unplugged. So the other thing that I want to say, you're talking about the rise of anxiety and where it's coming from. I have this thought. So back in Paleolithic times, right? If you look at the DNA structure of which the human has, well, our DNA has not changed super significantly. I don't remember the percentage. It's like 0.001 something or whatever. It's extremely small in terms of percentage change from the DNA of which was predominant. I don't know when Paleolithic times were, 10,000. I have no idea. But the point is, our DNA doesn't change. That means that the vehicle isn't changing, right? At least not the evolutionary perspective of which a lot of people would like us to.
I can tell you, you're right on target with exactly what I'm thinking. So keep going. This is great.
Where I'm going is that I think that our mind has that DNA structure along with the rest of the body, of course. But what we're doing is we're taking the vehicle, or we're taking the animal, right? I call them the vehicle that we drive, and we're putting it in circumstances of which it's not designed to operate in, nor is it even capable of operating at these circumstances for long periods of time. Because essentially, our society has created such a fight or flight mechanism to be lived in, when in reality that response is supposed to only last for long enough to get away from the lion. Instead, we have this
fucking bingo, dude.
Instead, we have this fight or flight mechanism that is essentially going off at all times, 24/7 in some cases for people. And a lot of times, this is why I always go back to the money. I think air is a resource. I think food's a resource. I think money's a resource. And without any of like these resources and such, without money, you're in a fight or flight response at all times if you want to operate in society and not just live in the woods. So you've got this bill coming in. You have this boss that you can't actively just go in and kill, right? Because that's not how we live. So you have to put up with this boss. So you're going to feel this fight or flight response with this boss who's an asshole. You're sitting in traffic. And an amazing study that was done on traffic is that, like, as you're driving, you're at a heightened consciousness awareness because you're actually going at like 60 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour, or whatever. And people think they're relaxed while they're driving, but their actual neuron makeup is not relaxed. Yeah, it's going fidgety all over the place. And that's why people flip out so quick with road rage, because they're actually in heightened levels when they think they're relaxed while they're driving. They're not. Anyways, what I'm saying is that you take this DNA structure of which was designed to operate within a past structure of environment, being get food, get water, have sex, and survive. That's really it. Now, yes, there was horrible plagues and there was all this, but there wasn't, I got to keep up with this bill. I have to keep up with Facebook. I have to talk to this person. I have this many people in my network. People,
it's overwhelming.
Like, supposedly people aren't even designed to handle more than 100 personal connections in their life. I have thousands. I'm a fucking networker. That's what I've done for 15 years is network. That's why if I want a job in California, I'll just make a phone call and I'll move to California and I'll have a job the day I get there. I network across whatever. So I'm not even designed to do all these these things. So just even to like build a business, you have to do the business, you have to get the inventory, you have to do the taxes, you have to get the employees, you have to have insurance, you have to do this is that marketing, this sales. I don't think we're designed for any of this shit. And I think it is slowly eroding the internal mechanisms along with the lack of good food. Like spinach used to have some form of vitamin, we use vitamins, mineral properties and such that now you have to consume like 10
like spinach leaves to equal 1 of a spinach leaf from like 40 years ago, just because we're constantly irrigating and using the same soil over and over.
Yep.
So you're
No rotation of crops.
yeah, so you've got the DNA structure that's not designed for the society of which we live. You've got less and less effective food being eaten. You have the water sources that are contaminated, essentially, whether it's through estrogenic properties, which is coming through the water supply.
What about the fluoride?
Yeah, okay, you got the fluoride coming in too. You have all these foreign chemical agents being brought in as well.
Well, pharmaceuticals now being found in the water
just to make us fucking function
but
in
even
the society.
but not even I'm not even talking about purposefully. I'm saying like they can't filter that shit out and it winds up getting back in and people are doing blood tests on fucking even infants and finding all this shit that they shouldn't be finding.
Then you have the radio waves.
And microplastics.
Yeah. So you have all of this stuff being bombarded upon an animal, essentially, DNA wise, that is not designed to handle any of this. I think that's where all these fucking mental problems are showing up from.
Yeah.
We are malnutritioned, living in an alien environment. Because this environment, until the Industrial Revolution, did not exist. And now, the internet age, obviously that built more, right? And it's just getting faster and faster and faster. Dude, the highest functioning people that I know, I'm finding they're on all these drugs. Like they're on cocaine to keep them up. They're on Adderall to keep them focused. They're on some form of like downer to get them to sleep. They're on like, and they're young.
Yeah.
Supposedly there was some study done where like they take they showed that, I don't know, sometime back, I love how I can fact check myself. Anyways, sometime back in history, the highest extent of the stress levels which somebody could experience was, they would have to reach like age 25 or 30 to feel the highest stress they'll ever get to in their life. On like a daily basis, obviously you'd be more or less stressed on a day. And supposedly nowadays it's by the time you're like 3 years old. And it's like you think about that, you're like, how the fuck can that be? But because of someone's perspective and a child who hasn't experienced much with the TV of which they're watching and the stressful situations they're seeing on the TV, and since the mind's eye cannot actually differentiate between what it's seeing is actually happening to it or if it is simply something being thought about, so the situations that the infant is seeing on TV is actually stressing the fucking kid out to the level that they're experiencing stress they shouldn't experience till they're 30. And it's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And like the last piece I'm just going to touch on is, the rise of ADD. I had someone bring this up to me recently, and I was floored when she said this. She goes to me, she's like, you know what I think about ADD? She said, I think that ADD is a coping mechanism that children are developing through the evolution of the mind to deal with the society of which they're being born into. And the reason it's becoming more and more prevalent, because if you don't have ADD, you can't function in the society. If you focus on one thing at a time, you'll never make it in the social media realms up there because you got to look here, you got to look here, you got to talk to this person, respond to this person. And she thinks that ADD and ADHD, the rise of it, is specifically because of a coping mechanism that's coming along for people to be able to function in the society of which we exist in.
You're somebody who
That's
worker,
a good fucking rant.
a good worker that can multitask. I wanted to touch real quick on fluoride because I just want to like unpack that for somebody, and I can just condense it into a quick one. Because there's a lot of people who are like, oh, that's conspiracy, and yes, it is a fucking conspiracy. I've done a lot of research into fluoride. I try to filter, and get my sources without it because, so people are like, oh, they put it in the water for the health of the teeth. Right?
No, it's not. Why do we have shit teeth over here?
So wait, so here's this. There's back and forth evidence as to whether or not a certain amount of fluoride might actually help the teeth. Okay, so they say that they put it in the water for the teeth, and there's no option for you, mind you, to get water that's not fluoridated unless
you have a specific filter.
Filter, which is really fucking hard, or getting bottled water or some other.
Which then you have PET with the plastics.
Yes, but. So they're like, yeah, it's for the teeth, right? Well, but the thing is, in order to assist in the whitening of your teeth,
well, it's not the whitening; it's supposedly
or overall health of your teeth. It needs to sit on the teeth, and what happens immediately when you drink, it just passes over the teeth. It doesn't sit on the teeth. So how's it supposed to benefit your teeth?
It's also
in
an
any way, shape, or
unregulated
form?
chemical because you could drink a lot of water a day, you could drink a little water
Exactly. There's no controls in place to say like, and they're like, oh, you drink those 8 glasses of water a day, guys. It's like, wait, what? Another thing too is that great news for coffee and tea drinkers. Heating it up actually concentrates it. Hot shower,
and the chlorine coming through.
yeah,
that you breathe.
helps actually aids to help concentrate it. It changes it on a chemical level, so it makes it more detrimental to you, and it affects the bones. It does affect the teeth, and it supposedly affects the brain as well, the hippocampus in particular, and
Isn't it also the pineal gland? It
rats.
calcifies the pineal gland.
I can't. I heard that. I can't really speak on that because but I know the hippocampus. It was used in the gulags in Russia to help make the prisoners more docile and
Wasn't
less
it also in Auschwitz with the Jews
more
to make the prisoners more?
They did a lot of experiments. I wouldn't doubt that was used as well, but I know it was used in the prisoners of Gulag to make them more docile and less likely to revolt.
Right. That's the exact reason that I read for Auschwitz.
Interesting. Just saying, like, I'd love to hear the arguments for use of fluoride in our water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Please.
I just got to interject real quick. I was at the dentist and I was talking with the dentist herself, and when I was talking with her, I brought up, I'm like, what else can I do? She's like, well, just make sure you do this, do that. And I was like, well, what kind of toothpaste would you recommend? And she was like, oh, well, this, that, and the other. And I said, now, what are your feelings on fluoride? She's like, oh, well, I mean, it's good for you. I said, is that your real opinion on fluoride?
Mm-hmm.
And I stopped the whole conversation and looked her right in the eye. I said, is that your real opinion on fluoride? I said, because my research has indicated elsewise.
Mm-hmm.
And she literally stopped. Yeah. She didn't exactly go and close the door, but she goes to me. She's like, I'd stay very far away from fluoride.
Good.
I'm like, well, why the fuck are you telling your patrons who come in? Well, that's because of the indoctrinated system.
Yeah.
If she starts speaking out against it, then she becomes the dentist who doesn't believe in fluoride. And now you've got this whole debacle that you've got to unpack. My fucking dentist literally told me, she's like, I'd stay really far away from it. She's like, it's got a lot of bad health implications, and I'm not quite sure about the positive ones.
And on the other
I was
hand,
like, holy shit.
on the other hand, the real cure for, to aid in the health of your teeth is to fucking not eat a shit ton of sugar and fucking carbohydrates.
Yeah, but
bread.
Fruit Roll-Ups had like Sonic on it when I was growing up.
What's that?
No, Fruit Roll-Ups, they had Sonic on it. I had to eat it. They had like Robotnik and stuff. I don't know if anybody knows what we're talking about. Yeah. Sonic was really cool.
But like, yeah, the agricultural revolution, even though it was awesome, and we're talking about, we see like these like positive and negatives, like towards the trends of technology moving forward and advancements. Like there's always a plus and always a positive and a negative. The agricultural revolution was, now we were able to sustain, whole cultures because we were able to grow our own food. But the cost of that, getting away from like a hunter-gatherer style of consumption, we started eating grains, and it's actually, you can look this up.
You're talking like the wheat, the gluten issue and all that kind of stuff?
Not even gluten, but just the bone structures of people, the health of people. Just teeth has always been a kind of like the indicator, litmus of how a person's health was. And you could see as the agricultural revolution came to be, and people started consuming more grains and sugar and stuff like that, the teeth erode. But like
really
Paleolithic peoples, and I learned this because I for a while was studying paleo diet as a means of regular.
I'm kind of on that. I mean, forget what you just saw me drink, but I'm essentially on that. I eat a ton of meat and vegetables and fruits.
Yeah.
I don't really eat anything else. I stay away from dairy. I don't drink milk. I don't it's meat, vegetables, fruit. That's literally basically all I'm on, unless I go out and eat, and I'll have like some bread or something, like crackers and shit, but that's about it. But go ahead, you were studying paleo.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just like, those are some of the pieces of information that I drew up and have found throughout the years. Like, that's that was like the downfall of I think is a major point is to why we're having so many health problems. A lot of these health problems.
You're deteriorating the vehicle, and you're putting the vehicle in more and more stressful situations. Of course, this fucking
you also have all these issues with like MS. demyelination of the nerve sheaths. So basically, you're
What?
Yeah, I know this is like
What?
This is deep.
What are we just...
You get things like leaky gut syndrome. So basically,
I had that. I had that.
Okay. So wheat, it has and beans, they have their own means of protecting themselves. That's why you have to boil beans in order to consume them. You have to break down. You have to break them down. There are things called lectins, which are these proteins that, if you consume them over time, they will do damage to your insides.
Beans?
Beans. No, don't get me
I
wrong.
thought legumes were good for you.
I tend to think, hey, eat what you want in moderation, but know about what you're eating and how it might affect you. That's just really what it comes down to. Know the source of your food and what it can do. And then wheat, same sort of thing. They all these plant life, they have their own means of almost like biological defense, and that's, we prepare them in ways to try to make them more accessible, but doesn't necessarily mean they were meant to be consumed.
Okay.
That's the big kicker. Like, we can eat anything. Like,
Isn't edamame...
like I can eat styrofoam. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's good for me.
You ever hear like women who get like pregnant and they just eat crazy ass shit? Like they fucking start eating plastic or like
Those are like pica, though, right?
pica?
Pica is like the tendency to, well, I don't know if that's necessarily what you're describing it. That's the tendency to want to eat things that you shouldn't be eating. That's
I
like
remember,
people are like, I love eating staples. It's like, why?
Well,
what are you
it's
doing?
a staple of the diet. So the
That's gold.
I've read about like women. No, I watched actually a woman who like ate plaster. Like while she was pregnant, she would just eat plaster off her fucking wall. Yeah, the wall.
It's your body's desire to try and get
I choose you, Pikachu.
Get nutrients that you're severely lacking. I think that's the driving force behind pica. I believe, like, so people eat sorts of random shit. Like, I eat pennies, because of the metal taste or whatever. You're missing some sort of mineral content.
Well, something interesting. You familiar with edamame?
Yeah.
Edamames? Like if
Soybean
you
pods.
eat those uncooked, they're like poison. You die. Like type that in. I'm almost positive it's edamame. Just type in edamame uncooked something. Yeah.
It's my new band called Edamame Death.
Edamame I uncooked. I don't know.
Something me and my instructor
poison. Type poison. Edamame poison.
Something
I
me
swear it was edamames that if you don't like poisonous, sure, type it. What do we got here? Edamame is a young. The edamame is poisonous when raw. Like
that's being,
and I was at a sushi place, and they're bringing out these edamames, and I'm like, oh, cool. I'm just eating them. And like the chick I was with, she's like, oh yeah, these are poison if you don't cook them. I'm like, what if some of these aren't cooked? I'm like, well, why the fuck are we eating these then?
And the question is, why are they poisonous? I think it's because it's the lectins, the proteins, they attack your system.
I love how he actually knows what the hell reason it's actually poisonous.
I fucking read. I just delve into so much shit. You'll see. Like, I'm so fucking versed about weird shit because I love nonfiction. Like, everybody's like,
you want to know how a boat propeller works?
It's really funny.
I know that shit.
Like, so as an artist on many levels, you'd think that because I have such a vivid imagination that I would be more into like to fiction books. I fucking hate fiction. I fucking love nonfiction. I eat facts up like it's short-term digestive,
all right,
long-term health issues.
Yes, I was right. So you should not eat these things. It is a bad idea.
Yeah. So yeah.
And then you got the GMO coming into play, which I don't think the body is like capable of digesting properly. And there's a lot of people who are advocates for the GMO, of which like they're growing meat in petri dishes. Like, are you familiar with this?
I've seen this,
dude. Like,
they've been talking about this since like the early '90s, actually. Like these studies to try, but they see what they're trying to do. They're trying.
Well, they're trying to solve world hunger.
Yeah, and so let's just take that for face value, because I know in like right off the bat that like repulses like most people because it's freaky. But I mean,
well, it's more along the lines of like, aren't we fucked up enough? Like, I feel like,
No, the answer is we can go deeper.
yeah, we can go deeper. Always.
Well, no, like people
Not
freak.
just the tip today.
So here we go. So people freak out about like farm raised salmon, and it's like, oh, I want wild. Yeah, but the thing is that
the wild is eating the mercury, right?
Well, you're also overfishing the shit out of these wild stocks of fish. Farm raised fish, and if it's done correctly with the right controls in place, with respect to proper aquaculture and ecological impact, can be it's probably going to be the future of how we get things. Farming in mass. Now I understand too, like the food industry, agriculture as an industry. Like there's a lot of fucked up shit.
It's fucking sick, dude. You ever seen some of the exposés on what goes on inside?
The pig shit being sprayed and
I wasn't even talking
people
about that. I was talking
surrounding.
about how these animals are treated.
Those,
Psycho shit.
Yeah, you can go into the welfare is fucked up. The lack of welfare. What's their animal welfare like? There's no welfare. They're being fucking thrown into crowded cages and don't have a lot of room to move and enjoy life as beings on this earth before they're fucking slaughtered for meat. It's fucked up, and I don't agree with it. I still eat.
It's but it's more than that. Like I watched something where there was a guy who was walking through a chicken coop, actively was it chickens? Turkeys. Chickens. It was chickens. He was walking through and actively picking them up and snapping their wings in half and just letting them run around in pain.
Yeah, cruel fuckers, man.
I think that's what bullets are made for. Like those types of people, like they should not know.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Yeah,
live in the same world
they're
as them.
definitely. It's tough because now that sort of instance aside, because that's just someone who has no fucking heart.
Something else in
we're
place of
seeing
the heart.
we see like a byproduct of this situation, right? Like we had like the unfortunate byproducts of like industrialization in America was all these like fucked up factories where things weren't regulated, people got injured, and companies made money off of them. Like that was an unfortunate byproduct, but we ended up with a lot of good from that, even though that there were unfortunate things that came from it. And that's kind of how we see a lot of this. It's like I'm glad that internet exists. I'm glad that people are aware, and that I'm glad that there's exposés like this that continue, so that way we can self-analyze and self-correct and find new ways and use technology as in a good way to help cure these ills while attaining the goals that we want. Like, nobody fucking listen. Like, I still eat pork. I still eat beef.
I do too. I really wish I could just be a vegan.
It's not.
I really do, because I don't. I wish I could. I've tried. I was a vegan for like a month and a half, and I tried it 2 different times in my life. I can't get full. Can't fucking find places to eat. I don't feel well. Like, and I'm like, fuck. Like, it really does suck that this thing has to die for me to live.
Unfortunately, it's not conducive to fueling your body. I think the way it needs to be fueled.
Some people do great on it,
but we also have different DNA and different backgrounds, and that might affect why we respond why we respond better to some foods than others. But yeah, man, it sucks. Like, I feel bad. I know that this happens, and I know to the extent that it happens, and it's an awful thing, and I don't wish to ignore it. And I'm hoping that we can find ways to do it the right way. I'm hoping that, I think that, man, population growth, man, it's a rough burden on our resources. And, you have to, it's like you have to think about it a couple different ways. People are like, oh, well, they're a fucking industry assholes creating this situation. It's like, no, guess what? Your parents had fucking 3 kids. No, they helped create the situation because the industry is there to supply you with what you need, and now there's more people who have more need. It's like it's a byproduct of fucking.
It's a circle.
It's a byproduct of fucking. That's exactly what it is.
Byproduct of fucking.
No, like I'm not saying
your child is a byproduct.
I'm not saying don't have more than 2 kids, but just be aware.
Understand the implications of which this is.
Yeah, appreciate it for the whole picture, not just evil company, rich people, poor animals. Yeah, I feel bad for them. It sucks, and I hope we can get into a situation where they can, we empathize with them as life forms, like for what they are, and appreciate that they have emotions and feelings, and that they have animal their tendencies that they need to express as beings, and like
And they're
but
beautiful creatures.
yeah,
like,
it gets complicated. You know, you can't. I find it really funny that, you know, someone could have a dog or a cat and empathize with the dog or a cat that they've claimed as a pet, but then, you know, on the other hand, be able to just kind of like, oh, that pig over there is getting, you know, basically abused its whole life until it finally goes to slaughter. I mean, it's horrible. It's not horrible enough for me to become vegan, because I don't think that's the solution. I think that, you know, we just need we need more exposés like this. We need people to be informed and put the pressures on the companies to try and find ways of doing this the correct way. And then it's like, okay, once those advancements have been made and more companies fall in line and implement them, it's going to become easier, and then it's going to become cheaper. But for right now, like, you know, someplace like I work at, you know, they have a third party rating system. They have these parties that come in and basically they incentivize farms to change the situation for the animal and create better living environments for the animals. And people basically vote with their dollar at the count.
That's what I feel like people have to understand. They do vote. Everybody votes. What are you buying? That's what you're voting for. What are you watching? Where are your eyeballs looking? Like, and people don't realize, they're like, oh, I don't have a vote. You're right. Not in the way that the system says that you have a vote. At least I don't believe so. But you do have a vote, and that is what people don't realize. So it's where your dollar goes.
John's farm over here.
What are you feeding?
That has beef.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
In a fight with two wolves, I heard this once. Does the bigger wolf win, or does the smaller wolf win in a fight?
I mean, it depends on
Which one you feed. That's it. Which one you fed. Because by the time the other one gets there, the other one's dead.
It's good.
So
it's
the
good.
only wolf that wins is the one you feed. So who do you want to feed? That's it.
I heard that differently. Isn't that stemming from like a Native American proverb or something?
It's something about like when two wolves are going to meet to fight, which one is going to win, and it's the one that was fed before.
Yeah, the one that I heard, it was a Native American one, proverb type or something along those lines. And
I'm sure I botched it, but I'm just saying, like, that's basically the concept.
Like the dark and the light, you know, which is, you know, the two wolves, and like which one takes control is, you know, is the one, you know, it depends on the one you feed, you know. So feed more positive. You have to point the companies towards positivity and optimism ultimately. Otherwise, you know, you're going to be sunk in the negative of
What time we got?
3:55.
All right, I'll go till 4:30. I need to leave at 4:30, but we'll go to that. Go ahead.
Cool. So yeah, that's you know, like I said, you know, with the step rating and animal welfare incentive, it's like, you know, people are looking for step 4 and step 5, which is like, you know, outdoor activities and things to help the animals on this farm, whether they're turkeys, whether they're pigs, whether they're, you know, whatever livestock they are. You know, we incentivize them to be able to lead better lives, and the farms are encouraged to try and get that up, because the people are going to select, you know, more than likely going to vie for the farm that can do the most for the animals. Know that, you know, and it's interesting too. This is another thing, is that
Not another thing. Mike doesn't have another thing.
another
to
layer,
say.
another layer. Stress, the stress hormone on your meat. You know, like the animals live a shitty life filled with stress and you know, upset, and not enough room to grow and breathe and live and do its pig thing. You know, that, guess which pig's gonna be tastier?
Well,
There's your
not only that. I heard something from a spiritual aspect of that, talking about how you are what you eat, and that when something about the muscle tissue and such, was saying that when an entity, not even just an animal, when an entity experiences extremely heightened levels of stress and cortisol levels and this, that, and the other throughout its entire life, that not only will the meat itself not be as satiable, but
that the memories are encoded inside the meat, inside the very DNA, and that's why sometimes people can like know things of their ancestors, right, through the DNA chain of which creates them,
which is crazy.
Which is very crazy.
It's very much grounded in science, though. I've read a few articles on that, and that's pretty nuts.
Yep. So the same way that when some people get an implant, like they get an implant, a heart implant, or they get a whatever implant, that they actually imbue within themselves some attributes of the host of which that body part came from, like their favorite food will change, or their favorite color will change, or
That's interesting.
their thoughts about things will change, and that it actually comes with the body part within oneself, and that on top of that, when you're eating the food from these animals who were in such horrendous conditions, and you have no idea that this was what the animal experienced, like for example the chicken with snapping the wings for no reason and just abusing them and kicking them and just shoving them into cages and breaking their legs, like on the fucking, like, because they can get their legs through the thing. Well, when they lift up the whatever it is, the cage, and throw it on the truck, their legs are on the bottom. It snaps their legs, and that's what they're fucking on for 4-hour truck ride. So when you eat that, this spiritual guy was basically saying you are taking in the pain of that animal within yourself, and slowly it erodes like your own mental acuity and your mental faculties, because that meat becomes you, and that it's coming with those properties imbued within it. I don't know if it's true, but it's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, man. You know, I hope that we can, like I said, I want more transparency. I want people to do, you know, use the internet and this information for a force of good, and you know, and entertainment. It's plenty of entertainment, but you know, as a means to spread. You know, we're so fortunate. We like, that's the only thing I want to like. After, in spite of all the darkness that we can see, like, we are so fucking fortunate to be here right now. Have the like, man, like people take for granted so much shit, man. Like they
bitch on
have
social media.
This is
their
why
iPhone's not working.
I think
properly.
this is why it's so important to like. This is why people love history so much. Is because, like, damn, you can look back at a couple hundred years and see. You know, what we have now readily available to us in like even just a lower to middle class compared to, you know, even currently in undeveloped nations. Like, it's crazy. Like so I've been able to check this out.
Checking it, bro.
Fucking crazy.
Let's see it.
Absolutely crazy. Self-help. Self-education. I only have a fucking associate's degree, and I fucking like.
I don't even have a degree.
I flailed my way through school. I am self-taught.
I
like
love it. I don't know what I'm doing.
My fucking.
I need an adult.
No, my love, you know what? My love for curiosity has brought me so fucking far in this world. Now, I used to be crippled by social anxiety. I used to. I
feel like we have a lot in common. So was I.
Crippled by social anxiety,
somewhere.
having trouble speaking, and having confidence in my word use and my vocabulary and my ability to articulate ideas. And I used to have really hard time with you know, being a hypochondriac, like that. You know, was a huge stunt on shit. You know, abusive, you know, upbringing with, you know, but I mean, I was able to utilize everything, all these wonderful technological resources, and self-educate and continue to expand and push myself beyond my means. And now here I am, you know, a manager. I started doing more public speaking. I actually recently.
You're publicly speaking right now.
Yeah, I'm publicly speaking right now to you and Bing. And I was at, I did a module. I created a module for myself for doing it's a customer service module. Basically, body language awareness and modification, which we'll get to on another show because it's really fucking cool.
Sure.
Yeah, and in a band, and writing my own, you know, material, lyrics, and still, you know, working on art stuff and creating my own promotional. Now, like the art that I've always been a visual artist, refined that, went into the realm of graphic design. Now I'm using all that to help bolster the music stuff that I'm working on through promotion. So now I have a real incentive to get back and work on stuff artistically. And like it's just in martial arts, it's
So
just
you use the technology to get yourself out of those bad places.
yes,
To where you wanted to be.
yeah.
That's exactly what I did.
Self-inform, just eat it all up. Use that curiosity to really reach out and build a better self. And that's what's available to people. Like I feel so bad for people that get stuck in these ruts. And I talk to them. I talk to these people on a regular basis. Like I love being there to help kind of give them a different perspective and being a teacher and kind of a guide to help people out of their own personal shitholes, mental shithole. No, really, it's
No, it's exactly what this fucking channel's about.
Yeah, let's
Like
get
I
out of the
dragged
shithole.
myself out of fucking the own version of hell that I had. And I'm trying to show people you can too. And now I'm just sharing ideas and stuff.
We had such we had such we see these really crappy experiences to start. So I'm really building this up to a positive because really, I mean, we kind of sometimes get out of focus. We get fixated on the negative. We have so much fucking. I don't have time to play the victim role. Like a lot of people are angry.
They get stuck in their
and
role. They
stuck
never
in this in accepting the situation that they're in and want to blame other people, and it's not the way, man. Like life is hard.
But if you do that, you lose control. If you blame yourself, you gain control. Right? If you blame yourself for everything that's happened to you, you gain control over everything that's happened to you.
Well, not even blaming yourself, because there's a lot of things
Take responsibility.
That's a different story. Because there's times where I blame myself for things that I shouldn't have. Sometimes you have to just accept the fact that shit happens, and
Sure.
and it's like
But by you accepting that, you still gain control.
Absolutely.
accept it.
The acceptance is a level of control and self-responsibility, and saying, okay, like time to pick up the reins and drive, my machine and my life the way that I want to live it. And it's a tough thing. Like I understand why some people would frown, would shy away from that, because it's really, it can be tough on many different levels, but like it's totally worth it. You can learn so much. You can get such a great perspective on things, and you can help someone. And once you've learned your way out of whatever situation you are and have been able to improve, and you're looking back on where you've been, you have those experiences. You can guide others. You can give advice to others and help them out of their situation too.
That's exactly what I do.
And that's I wholeheartedly believe that is the purpose that I've created for myself. Whether or not that is really like etched in as my life's purpose, I don't know, but that's what I feel inside. Is like, I have to pay a sort of
Pay it forward.
I see it as like karmic debt. And whether or not that's a thing, it's a word term to help kind of aid in visualizing what I'm trying to get at. And it's just, I've been through this crap. Let that not be for nothing. Let me take, they talk about the philosopher's stone was the mythological stone that turned lead into gold, right? Mm-hmm. Like that's the philosopher's stone. It's like the knowledge to take the horrible experiences. I'm spitting the mic. The horrible experiences that you've been through and be able to transmute them into something positive. And if everybody can fucking do that, can you imagine
That's so
how
cool? Have like a philosopher's stone upon life, and instead of taking the negatives as if a victim mentality, you take the negatives as if it's an empowering thing, because that negative is that force of resistance keeping you from getting to where you want to be. Like I said,
I can blame
from the beginning about the fear.
I can blame everybody else to the end of time, but to sit there and say, you know what, this is what it is, and let me try to work with this and do it from a logical standpoint. Like I think people get really caught up in these emotional traps. And it's like, if you're able to kind of step out from yourself and look at things objectively and like, no, I can fix this. I can fix this. Let me try something else. Like, have a little patience and really look at your life critically and make the changes that you want. Even it's a little bit at a time. I mean, I struggled with my weight for a number of years. Ever since I was little, I was a fucking chubby little kid, right? And grew up, and I my weight. You could see pictures of me throughout my timeline. It's just like even up to last summer. You know, like there's a video that's going to be going up of our band, and it's like, and I was really apt to pull up. You know, part of me was like, oh, I don't want to see that, because I was like basically 270 pounds, and I was like, looking back at that. But like I made the corrections, and I started doing I read up on intermittent fasting. I started working at it.
And you got that because of technology.
Yes.
All right.
Yep. And I had a really hard time with intermittent fasting at first. Then I started getting the mental fortitude to be able to do intermittent fasting. And then what I had to do is alter my time window. So I was eating late a lot. I was eating, because I work usually close, and I was eating like at 11, 12 o'clock. And then I'm like, I'm going to push myself till 4 the next day. You have to have, it's 16 hours to the next meal. When you're doing intermittent fasting, you have a cutoff point and you do your next meal. But the thing is that I did more reading, and it turns out that your insulin response, it gets wonky if you eat late. So I started dialing it back. I'm like, okay, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Now I stop my last meal at 7 o'clock, 7:30. And I can eat at 11:30 the next day. And like, dude, within after all that struggle, after all that time, after all those modifications and working on trying to improve and make little changes, having that level of patience and discipline, now I lost 20 something pounds. The last 2 weeks I kind of fell off of it because Labor Day and the end of summer and parties and shit and drinking.
It's okay, we won't count the last 2 weeks.
But I lost fucking 20 pounds. I got to a healthier weight. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. Like I finally, like all this struggle, all this time, like I finally have something that works consistently. And I don't have like strict controls on what I can eat. Like it's like I have two to three cheat days a week that I can do, so I can go out and have time with my friends and have some drinks. You can do what you want. I highly recommend, if people are struggling with weight loss, I would highly recommend for intermittent fasting. You know, it's super, super helpful. It's hard, self-discipline, no matter what, is difficult. Disciplining yourself to eat on a schedule is rough, but it's so much better than trying to sweat it out in the gym after fucking, eating Popeyes at 3 a.m. every night. You know, it's just like,
well, that victim mentality that everybody has, and the level of just we talk about accepting things in a positive way, but there's also, you can accept things in a seriously negative way, where you just accept your surroundings and you're like, this is the best it's ever going to get, and a lot of it comes from being born into different circumstances. Like if you're born into an abusive family, right? You can take the stance that this is all that's ever going to be, and then you imprint upon yourself that this is how you treat children as they're growing up, and then you pass it on to the next generation. You could do that, or you could have the perception of like, this isn't correct because I don't feel good. I'm going to heal within myself. And when I do have kids, if you do decide to have kids, well, you're going to break the cycle, right? Because breaking the cycle is extremely important if we're going to ever change the society. Because the society, everybody keeps going like, oh, we need this president to fix things. We need this legislature, like elect this person, or like, who's going to take care of us? Where's Jesus? Like, da-da-da-da-da. And they constantly just keep looking for this savior in all these areas to come in and fix everything. When what really is not realized is that, except in very specific circumstances, you have control over fixing yourself, fixing your life. And that is what I think people miss grandiosely, is that they have the control. I was talking to somebody recently who, he hadn't been working. He works a commission-only job. He hadn't been working recently, and he was telling me, he's like, yeah, dude, I don't have any money. Like, I can't get to where I need to be, and da-da-da. I'm like, what the fuck are you bitching about? He's like, well, dude, like, I can't. I'm like, why aren't you out there working? He's like, well, I don't have the money to get to it. I'm like, okay, so what do you do? He's like, I don't know, dude. Like, I'm not in a good place. I'm like, dude, you're not in a good place because you're being a fucking moron. I was like, listen, And I could talk to him a little bit tougher than like some people. Some people can handle it. I said, dude, you're being a fucking moron. I said, listen up. First off, you're on the phone with me. Ask me. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, ask me. What do you need? He's like, well, like, ask me. I'm like, oh, cool. $300? Cool. I'll write you a check. He's like, all right. He's like, what? Really? I was like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yes. Because you can fucking pay me back in 2 weeks. I don't care. I was like, cool. You can ask me. I was like, cool. Let's say you couldn't ask me. Who could you ask? Do you have any friends? Do you have family? Really? The fuck is wrong with you? Like, I was like, get on the phone with some friends and family. Start asking them about the product that you sell, right? Get on the phone with friends and family. Get on social media. I was like, why the fuck do I see you on Instagram liking and posting shit if you're sitting around with no fucking money in your pocket and you're not going out and doing anything? You're living vicariously through these people who are posting stuff on Instagram about like, oh, I'm a lion. Like, you know, like you go kill your goals or whatever the fuck they post on all these like motivational websites and whatever. It's like, it gets people all excited. Like they're doing something as they like read these posts and scroll and sit there and waste their fucking life away. And I'm like, dude, like, you have resources. It is not a lack of resources, a lack of your fucking resourcefulness because you're not going out and figuring this shit out. That's what your damn problem is. It has nothing to do with you don't have money.
Listen, you have...
I was like, go knock door to door and ask me, excuse me, can you fuel my tank to get to work
legitimately
today? Eventually, somebody's going to give you money. Like, I'm not saying do that, but you could. I don't know.
But
I just don't have, like...
Legitimately, if
respect for the excuses. I don't have respect for excuses.
So if you have an internet connection, and there's no excuse not to, because libraries offer it for free. Beep. Number two, car. Yeah, it's nice to have. But ultimately, if you can't afford to put fucking fuel in it, then take the bus. And unfortunately, what that means,
I used Uber in California.
Well,
it was
the bus, the bus sucks. Okay, I rode it for years. When I was going to college, I rode the fucking GBTA. Okay, and it sucks. But fare ain't that expensive. You can muster up fare, okay, and get a shit job if that's the starting point. Like some people, like I won't, lower myself to this job for the.
Well, then you're not going anywhere.
You're
done.
Then you are looking to jump from like this level to like this level, and it's just not practical. Like you have to work your way up. I worked a shitty fucking job for like several shitty jobs, but I worked for fucking 7 years.
Yeah, don't stop at one. Get many of them. Many shitty
before
jobs.
I finally got fed up enough to say that I'm worth more and I'm finding something else. And I struggled a little bit and finally found that next level. It's not the level. There's always something else to attain. But I'm like, oh, shit. I was able to increase my dollar amount in 4 years from, I think I started at $1 an hour to working almost $1 an hour. Like that's significant for fucking 4 years comparatively and in retail. So I'm doing pretty well. And it's just like, yeah, you can always do better. And I'm looking for that. But like you can sit there and play the pity party. Everybody, it's easy. It's real easy to get into the pity party. But like, if you have time to, yeah, like you said, if you have fucking time to sit there on Instagram and Facebook and
that's what people don't understand
and bitch about how fucking bad your life is, like you're just sitting there like with like passive.
And dude, I've been in that trap. I've been in that low of lows where you sit there and all you can do is just look at the mountain of shit that has accumulated because you've been negligent in handling all of it, or you've had a round of things get passed your way. I've had that too, where it wasn't me not trying to handle it. It was that just the world was just blowing up around me, and people were dying, and I was laid off from this, and this happened. I had some medical thing. Like I've had stuff build up, and it's a really sad, dark place to be. And I lived there for several years. Like it was very destructive in terms of like probably to my physical self. Like it was very a very negative place to be. But I see that it's not so much on an individual level anymore. It is society that has entered into this victim mentality, this victim mindset. Poor me. This has been done to me. It's because of our president. It's because of our. I don't know.
And then we have things like microaggressions, which were basically I'm gonna get into because I could do this all fucking day. We could do another like like 5 hours
What
of
about
this
like
shit.
the SJW?
Yeah,
type
but
stuff?
culture. But like macroaggressions, like you're basically gonna you have it so good that you have to fucking blow up something so tiny.
I just gotta ask, did you ever see that video of the woman like knocking is like a police helmet guy with a balloon animal or something like that? She's like bing bing
Sounds
bing
familiar.
bing, and he just goes like he just moves the thing like she's like he just goes like this. She turns around, and she's like
Yeah.
falls to the ground. Can you look that up? Oh no! In fact, we don't have a camera on
That's
that, do we?
fucking hilarious. But yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah, I'll tell you which one it is.
but it's just like, dude, like you have it so good that you have to blow up such tiny
Just
shit.
do like woman hits cop with balloon or something. I don't know. You'd probably find something like that. Go ahead.
into like this huge emotional tirade. It's like, dude, you're so skewed. You know, I feel bad. I feel really bad for those people in a way. But
I can't believe it came right up. This what do woman brutally attacked by cop. Go. I guess this works. This woman is. Do we have sound? Do you see what just happened? He just beat that woman to a pulp. She's done. Turn on the sound. Where the hell is the sound?
it popped and she's freaking out. That's the reaction. It's okay, Karen. I'm here for you. I'm here.
This guy's sitting here like, are you fuck? Can I
And
at
this-
least spray her with something? Like,
Look at this dude.
I don't know what this was about.
He's
He's like, can I just spray her? I just want to spray her. Yeah,
popped in my eye.
I don't know what they're squirting in her eye. Like, I don't know. Hold on.
This could be a Clear Eyes commercial.
There was another one, a Clear Eyes commercial.
Wow.
I don't know.
That's
There-
fucking great.
Can you pause that or whatever? Go back real quick. There was another one, very similar to that. Woman brutally attacked by cop. Snowflake pops a balloon.
So you on
With
that previous
penis balloon.
on that previous page, by the way, I highly recommend Dave Rubin.
Yeah.
If you want to take in some really great commentary with great guests, Dave Rubin, man, he's fucking awesome. Just a really good dude. Got a
Like,
good
I mean, I
heart.
guess if the balloon, like, they're saying the balloon exploded and hit her eye. Now, okay, here's the fact. If the balloon really did explode and hit her in the eye, then yes, I can see her getting hurt by that and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You're standing toe-to-toe with a fucking armed officer and you're hitting him with a penis balloon.
Yeah.
You're so lucky. The only thing you got was you popped a balloon
Yeah.
and it glancingly slapped your eye with one of the pieces of rope. If that's what really happened, that wasn't actually the one I was thinking about. The one I was thinking about, maybe hitting cops with balloons is a thing to do. It was somebody else hitting a cop with something. I thought it was that one, but her response was not.
Mm-hmm.
This woman was doing something and this cop just knocked out of her hand whatever it was, very similar to that video. And she turns and she screams and just falls to the ground and just screams and cries.
Of course.
Like, and that's why I said turn it up, but that wasn't the video I was thinking of.
I just I understand, like, having this. So there are plenty of cops out there and people within power that abuse like their position.
And I've
by
seen
all
some
means, and when they
videos of
cop
cops
Cop Watch
doing
is a
some
great.
shit. But that doesn't mean every cop is bad.
But like
Like-
yes, exactly. But don't so call. I think it's important to call people out on their shit when you see it happening, by all means. But do not have assumptions and a overarching general disrespect for police who are out there busting their asses, putting themselves in danger for your protection. And I know,
Dude, I was going to be an officer when I was younger. That doesn't really fit the rest of my
and
life. But
I've considered it too. It's just long hours.
well, I
and-
went to
and
school
what,
for it.
but-
Like I was taking criminology. I was doing this. I went to some of the jails to see what it would be like to be a corrections officer and such.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the shit that they go through, like super quick segue. There was a woman who wanted to be a cop her whole life. And she went to school for it. She did whatever. She went through corrections. She became an officer. She lasted 1 day.
Mm-hmm.
Because on her very first day, she had to go into a building. This was in Bridgeport. She opened the door,
and it was, you know, some calls about some crackheads or something like that, and there was this baby that was just decomposing on the ground, and they were smoking crack next to the baby, just hanging out. It was one of their kids, and the kid was just decomposing next to him. And she walked in, she made the arrests that were necessary, and the obviously negligence of the parents, and she quit that day.
There was no easing into that one. It was like, hey, this is like probably the worst thing you'll ever experience. First day. It's like,
she literally walked in and the baby is just decomposing next to them as they're just getting high. And like the baby was there for a while.
The dregs, dude, the fucking dregs, man. And that's the rough.
It's like you're not even functioning enough to move the body of the child outside. Like, or I don't even know what do you do with that? What do you do with a dead baby? I don't know. I've never been in that circumstance. What I'm trying to say is that like these officers, they deal with wild shit.
Yeah.
When I was going to be an officer, my trainer was professor, whatever. He was talking about, he was an undercover officer, and he was talking about what he experienced and how like he couldn't say certain things to class, but he would say certain things to me, like behind the scenes, right? Because you can't say certain things to the class because of whatever. And he was talking about like some of the bad circumstances he would get in because you're undercover. Well, you're undercover, so you're supposed to be thinking like the criminals do. When the criminals are doing the stuff that are criminal, if you're not doing it, they know that there's something wrong. So he had to partake in some really intense situations that,
goddamn, dude.
Like think about that. Like, let's say, like, I'm not even gonna. No, I won't use that. Let's say
beating somebody up to collect money.
Sure, let's say that, and you're there. Well, if you don't, there's more of them. They're all armed. They're going to kill you. You're trying to blow the lid off and stop the, I don't know, the gang leader, whatever the circumstances are. So the greater good, right, is to collectively harm this person to the point of whatever, and maybe you're the one that put a bullet in their head.
No, thanks.
There's
people too, like that kind of get lost in it too, depending on how deep they go. They forget that they are this
like
person.
Brian Spillner. Really, Fast and Furious. Come on.
Donnie. I was gonna say, even though it's a completely different. I was gonna say Donnie Brasco, but because that's
Fast and Furious. Brian A. Spillner.
Real life example.
He's a
Donnie
cop!
Brasco.
Anyways, yes. Whatever.
Yeah, but like,
just roll with it. I'm
crazy,
done.
man.
Done. What I'm saying is that like you have a decision. Is it for the greater good or is not? And you either do it or your cover's blown and you're fighting for your life now and the whole case is blown.
Yeah.
These are circumstances these officers go into and people have no respect for them and what they put up with.
Well,
it's amazing to me that people are this close-minded.
And it sucks too because now we have this with the whole Black Lives Matter movement and all this stuff. It's very skewed to one side, focusing solely on the abuses of power and not so much the good things. So like now the police are fighting this negative image, this negative public perception, and these fucking assholes that are growing up without any respect for the law, and you know, it's just like they have to fight against that shit too now, on top of everything else, on top of the fucking chaos that they have to deal with on a regular basis, and always worried about getting shot. Like,
you got to flex against the power,
you know. So like I have, you know, as a martial artist and somebody who you know, advocates for self-defense and understands what they have to go through, because we've had police in our classroom, combat hapkido, like especially, you know, I have a lot of respect for them. I support them. Particularly the ones that are trying to do the right thing, and you know, I rail against those who abuse power on any side. But yeah, shit, man, it's got to be rough for them. My heart goes out to them.
Yeah, I agree. So we are gonna stop here. It was awesome having you on here.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank
Mike.
you, man.
We're definitely gonna be having you back.
I feel like I've really fallen right into this. Like I was really worried that I was like not gonna know what to say, but our interactions roll so freaking well. Just we can go on so many more subjects, and it's great, man. I enjoy this. I enjoy this little freestyle like just riffing on things and seeing what we know about each other and trying to kind of make sense of our experiences. It's cool.
Don't put me on your level. I am not like you. I'm not gonna cut a body bag. Got a right tag. I'll be right back. Rip off that mask. Slip on that glass. Fight back.
So last minute plug. My name is Mike Delamorte from Glass Divide. Progressive, death, hardcore, kind of an amalgamation of musical styles along the metal edge from Shelton, Connecticut. Right now we're working on music, hopefully for a new album to drop in January. And then my very first show that I'm promoting, which is called Gargle Fest.
It's kind of like a porn.
I used to go under the moniker Gargle Mel Delamorte. So the celebration of that character, Gargle Fest, my handpicked favorite bands going on right now locally. We'll be playing as well, Glass Divide, and we'll be playing at Tazrax 1020, celebrating my father's 60th birthday. It's going to be also a Halloween sort of bash. So stop on by Tazrax in Naugatuck, a newly open venue. Going to be a lot of fucking fun, and we hope to see you there.
Fuck yeah. Don't put me on your level. I am not like you. I'm not gonna cut a body bag. Got a right